have changed their names recently, including football teams in Edmonton, Alberta, and now Washington, D.C. The Washington team was founded in 1932. It's their 90th season in the NFL. Well, that is your weekend news. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Melissa Ridgen. We'll see you back here on Monday when Daryl Stranger will be bringing you all of the latest news. Have a really good weekend until then.
Shit. All right.
He's young, vibrant, loving, caring, and has so much potential to go so many different ways in life, Indigenous men are missing or murdered every day, and you never hear about it on the news.
There's days where I attend the marches, I attend the memorials, and I don't understand why nobody seems to be putting this at a higher level of grave concern.
We're so remiss sometimes that men don't want to talk, or men want to hold back their feelings or emotions. When we talk about our Indigenous brothers, when we talk about victims of homicide, and knowing that Indigenous men are the highest rate of being victims of homicide, where's the support coming from us? Where's the support coming from the university? Where is the inquiries delving a little bit more into the stories behind the acts of crime?
Yeah, brother.
Today, I am humbled and grateful to receive this report.
2 years after the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls released its final report, families across the country are calling for another inquiry.
Our men are loved, our men are sacred, and it is about time.
Sometimes those bad options in our lives are there because we just didn't know any other time.
How do you expect somebody to live a good life if they were born to hate themselves because they're brown or because they're Indigenous?
Briar Prajishnik Sati was known to many as a friend, a brother, and a son. But on a cold winter night in Winnipeg's North End, he was shot and killed. He was just 24 years old. Gina Sati remembers the kind nature of her son.
Yeah, he was so cute. I called him my little sack of potatoes. He was the youngest boy. I have 2 boys, and so he was the younger boy. Briar's personality, he was super happy, very outgoing, spontaneous, very kind, loving. He loved to help people. He had a big heart.
The two were close and spent a lot of time together.
Every day would be our thing to get up together, drink coffee together, just sitting and talking. And if Bar was down and out or just feeling like he needed somebody to talk to, he would tell me, I need your wise words, Mom. That I really took pride in because, it's not every day that, especially a boy or a young man, can open up like that.
Krzyznik Sati had planned to celebrate his partner's birthday on February 7, 2017.
He had went out and with his girlfriend for her birthday, so he had popped in the house after they had run out for some drinks. He came in quickly and he left. He was in a good mood, he was happy, jumped back in his cab, and that was the last time I seen him.
But the
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, no worry. I got some more.
Oh, lovely. I'm so glad we decided to do this.
Me too.
It's weird to see someone every day and not know what their face actually looks like.
I know, right? I'm actually kind of nervous.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Wow. You are even more beautiful than I could have imagined.
That beard is interesting.
Oh, thank you. It takes forever for my mom to shave me.
Your mother.
You know what they say? Do not leave home without a little trim from your mama. So do you have any pets? I'm very into ferrets.
I can tell. Listen, I'm going to go.
What? Why? Oh my God, was it something that I said?
I don't mean to be superficial, but you are not exactly what I was expecting.
I get it. Yeah. Okay. It's not easy having good.
NGOs have repeatedly called out the weapons sales in the region as a key factor in the worsening crisis.
Horrific images that have trickled out of Yemen are a jarring reminder of who is paying the terrible price for Western states' lucrative arms sales to Saudi Arabia and its coalition allies.
The one thing as consistent as the stream of appalling images from Yemen has been US policy on arms sales to Saudi Arabia and its allies. 3 administrations, both Democrat and Republican, have completed billions in weapons deals while the war in Yemen has raged. And while Trump's enthusiasm for arms deals with Saudi princes was well known, there was hope the Biden administration would be different, given the now president's criticism of Saudi Arabia on the campaign trail and pledges to tone down support.
This war has to end. And to underscore our commitment, we're ending all American support for offensive operations in the war in Yemen, including relevant arms sales.
There is a very important distinction between our commitment to not engage and not support offensive activities and operations in Yemen, including through the provision of offensive weapons, and the legitimate needs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in terms of its own defense.
The United States will continue its diplomatic outreach and engage with various stakeholders. Reality has been different. Despite the efforts of some senators to block arms sales, weaponry has poured into Saudi Arabia and billions of dollars into the accounts of US arms manufacturers. Mounting civilian casualties have been no obstacle to signing new deals, the latest just months ago. And as NGOs and groups of certain senators and congressmen call for a change in policy, even decrying the arms sales as a violation of US laws, it seems for now business will take precedent, regardless of any assurances of change and the stream of distressing images from Yemen.
Well, the weapons which are being used in the Middle East have been for a very long time given by the Americans. So nothing new, because the biggest weapons manufacturer right now in the world is United States of America. They will continue to do this. They will continue to sell because the foreign policy of the United States is dictated by the military industrial complex. So the money that flows in is the primary player right now, because military sales is once again a hugely beneficial and profitable business. What relates to this is the sales that have taken place between Saudi Arabia and America and UAE and America.
This is not America anymore, is how a passenger on Spirit Airlines reacted when staff told him to remove his face mask because it had the anti-Biden "Let's Go Brandon" slogan on it. Video of the incident got attention on social media, racking up more than 500,000 views on TikTok during the week.
This is not America anymore. This is not America anymore. Something to you. If I had a BLM mask on, would it have been okay? What does that mean? Black Lives Matter. No, what does that mean? Let's go Brandon. What does that mean? It's my name. But isn't it freedom of speech to have this mask on? Is it freedom of speech? Is this mask okay? I can't wear a mask that says "Let's go Brandon." Like, is this offensive to anybody? I don't understand.
Well, that incident happened on a flight from Cleveland to Tampa. One of the crew said it was unacceptable for the passenger, Adam Radonia, to display a political statement citing the airline's policy. We spoke with Adam himself. He says the incident is about the flight attendant's personal views, not the airline's rules.
It is a public, an airline. It's a company that they can enforce policies and things like that. But I still think it falls under freedom of speech because it was basically violated. It wasn't Spirit's policy that I could not wear this. So it was a direct situation with the actual flight attendant. I mean, anything will affect anybody, and it's all a personal thing. It's not she might have thought something else was offensive. If I would have had Biden 2024 or Black Lives Matter or anything of that sort, would she have told me to take it off? And I don't think that would be the case. I think if she would have liked it, she would have let me wear it.
Well, that slogan, "Let's Go Brandon," has become a code for insulting President Biden. It began when NASCAR driver Brandon Brown was being interviewed a few months ago after he'd won a race. The crowd behind him started to chant an expletive at the president, but the reporter involved thought they were saying "Let's go Brandon." Passenger Adam Ladonio again says censorship is killing freedom of speech.
We do have free speech. It's just I think it's being taken away from us by one-sided censorship. I mean, you see on social media all the time that if a lot of Trump supporters will post things and they'll be taken down for things that they support, but if you talk to the other side, it's not censored. So I feel like the freedom of speech there is being taken away, and it's basically one-sided.
Hey, if you're trying to start your own online business, listen up. Hi, my name is Jeff Baxter, and I want to show you exactly.
do you think is going to happen within the Spotify? Oh, Spotify won't remove Rogan? You don't think so? What are
They'd
the
be
odds?
out of their mind.
What are the odds? They dropped from $60 billion valuation to 36. That's $24 billion. You think the board is sitting there, they're diehard Joe Rogan fans, or do you think they're profit margin, top line revenue fans? Oh, I would rather that they were the latter, the profit margin types, because that's what a corporation should do, and I'd trust them more if they were doing that. With you. But I also think that if they have any sense, and I know how this is going to turn out, it's turned out in my life like 50 times this way. Yeah. The heat goes on, the pressure's on, you're in the desert, it's unpleasant, you wait it out. You wait it out. You wait it out. You haven't done anything wrong. You wait it out. You don't apologize. You don't back down. You wait, and things viciously turn in your favor. Now, waiting it out while you're roasting, that's not pleasant. And if the Spotify types have any sense, they think, yeah, well, that's a drop, but, it's part of the death throes of the legacy media. And once all the dust settles, CNN will have half the viewers they have now, and Joe Rogan will have twice the viewers, and we'll be doing just fine. And Rogan, as long as he keeps doing what he's doing, he came out on Instagram. This is so funny. He came out on Instagram to talk about all this a few days ago, and I thought, you nailed it, Joe. He came out and he said, it's paraphrased, and I'm going to do it a bit comedically. He basically said, well, everyone knows I'm kind of a lunkhead, and I have lots to learn, and I probably haven't managed this perfectly because I do my own scheduling and I just talk to people I'm interested in. And so possibly I could have presented a more balanced view some of the time, and I'll try to do better in the future. And so all the legacy media said Joe Rogan apologizes, which is not really the case. Mm-hmm. And then he talked about how much he liked Neil Young, and none of this was for show, and none of this was he's as sincere as he gets. Absolutely. Yeah. And he told the story when he was at a Neil Young concert. I mean, he's genuinely fan. That's great, man. And so as long as Rogan keeps doing that, and he's been doing it for 5 years, and it's not like he hasn't faced pressure before. It's clear to me that I just can't see any scenario short of his assassination that ends up in Rogan not having 20 million viewers an episode in a year. And so, as long as he's careful, like he is, I don't think Rogan can be canceled. So even if Spotify dumps him, it's like, who's dumping who here? Rogan, he's on Spotify. It's not necessarily. Spotify might be on Rogan. It's not so clear. And so what's going to happen? They kick him off? Well, he'll just have another platform like tomorrow. Immediately. Yeah, and he'll have all the money Spotify gave him, which was actually quite a lot of money.
He'll have
way more. Exactly. Yeah. So,
did you see what Pat had to say about this topic yesterday?
I think Rogan is a billion-dollar guy. I think Elon needs to sign a 20-year, $50 million a year contract with Rogan and start a company, like a social media company. Choose which route you want to go, direct competitor to YouTube, to Google, it's not like Elon hasn't done it. He didn't create a company that was revolutionary. He went against cars. Cars have been around for a while. He didn't invent cars. Yeah, but what I'm saying is cars and rockets have been around, so it's not like he went and invented the rocket or invented a car. You don't need to invent something. Just go direct against YouTube, go direct against Spotify, and Elon and Rogan could pull it off with the help of Peter Thiel. It'll work itself out, and they'll recruit the right people. They'll make a few phone calls, and the world's going to come saying, hey, if you like to have a platform for free thinkers and where you're not going to be censored, give us a call or, do this, and it would take off. So if you enjoyed this little short segment from the podcast that we did, here's another short segment to watch. Or if you want to see the entire podcast, click over here. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
What would you call a new crispy chicken sandwich made by Subway sandwich experts? With seasoned chicken breast.
So let's talk.
They were actors, teachers, scientists, bartenders. And they were those who never had a chance to be anything. In the end, they were all victims of AIDS. In a way, we are all victims of fear and private anxiety. And I'm just wondering how certain that medical evidence is that the virus can't be transmitted in fields unless there's a common cold can be. The worry about AIDS is part of being a parent now.
What we really are gathered here today for is the welfare of us.
Thank you. Fucking Christ.
Hello, my name is Louise Adlontaine,
Hi, Louisa.
and my family comes originally from Caracat, New Brunswick. And I want to speak in regards to the history of the Acadian and Mi'kmaq people of New Brunswick, because not a lot of Canadians know the full scope of the story, or how the system has oppressed people by way of colonialism. Basically, my family came from Normandy, France, and settled along areas of Nova Scotia as fishermen. They integrated with the Mi'kmaq culture who lived on the lands, and we became the Acadian people. So we were the first real settlement in Canada that was Métis. We had integrated culture. The Acadian people were relatively prosperous because the Mi'kmaq taught us how to be self-sufficient. And we had skill sets from France as well that came in with the people. And we were fishermen, we were farmers. Actually, the Acadian people created a system of farming using something called the aboite. The aboiteau was a way of filtering the salt out of a saltwater marsh by way of building kind of a dam-like structure. It had a flap where the salt water would enter out into the sea, but when the tide came in, it would close. And by using this system, the cold water would come from the groundwater would come, and it would flush out the salt water and reclaim these lands as farmland. Became some of the most lush farmland in all of North America. And they're still highly valued to this day. And what that did was it allowed the Acadian people the ability to raise cattle and hold them year-round. In areas of New England, for example, they would have to slaughter their cows before the winter because they couldn't get enough hay to keep them alive. Whereas we didn't have to do that. So we were considered wealthy in having the sustainable agriculture based on the cow. The reason also that they did this was because there's a lot of cliffs, and to bring water uphill to farm is difficult, but it was a creative solution. And like I said, these lands are still valued. Now, the Acadian people were really fantastic when it came to resourcefulness and creating their own stuff. Because they had little support from France. They made their own homes, they made their own materials, they made their own fabrics, they integrated with the Mi'kmaq, to know what foods to eat, to know when to hunt, how to fish. All these skill sets were intermingled. And in the colonial U.S. areas, they envied our wealth. They would come to do trade with us. We would sell them their goods, but we would sell our goods to them, but we weren't buying from them as much because we were so self-sustainable. Now, during that period of time, Jeffrey Amherst was in the areas of what's today New England area, and they were the ones that had actually wanted to separate and divide the French people and the Mi'kmaq people. And they wanted to colonialize Canada, basically. So what they did was Amherst made the order to do the genocide using the smallpox against the Mi'kmaq people. And they did this by way of handkerchiefs and blankets that were stolen from hospitals. And they would bring them to the Mi'kmaq people in wooden container and do trade with them. And they would open the box, and of course they were contaminated. But when they gave the wooden box, they were told not to open it until they got home or to their village to share the blessing. So that genocide took place. And the reason they were so hostile against the Mi'kmaq people was not only racism, but it was territorialism as well. We really have to get back to the roots of it. When Columbus had discovered America, 1 year later, Alexander VI, who was the Pope at the time, created the doctrine of discovery, which basically states that if you are in a non-Catholic community, you are not considered a person. And this allowed and facilitated things like the Crusade and colonialism. And it became enshrined in U.S. policy as well as in the policies of Europe. So there was this double standard where, of course, when you land in any new country, then there's not guaranteed Catholic people there because they've never been exposed to this concept. And because of that, they felt entitled by sanction of the church to exploit the resources, the land, and to just basically disregard these beings as non-people. Okay, and that doctrine of discovery was enshrined in today's current U.S. policies. So we still see things like Guantanamo. We still see things like the war in the Gulf, and the Gulf, the Iraq, and the disregard of human life. And that kind of philosophy can't thrive in today's modern age. It is irrational. So that took place the year after Columbus discovered America, 1494, I believe it was, when the doctrine of discovery was enshrined by papal bull. Now, in 1610, we had the Vatican wanting to facilitate a way for the Mi'kmaq people to do trade with Europe because they wanted our furs, they wanted our goods. And because the French and Mi'kmaq had been so close, we formed the Acadian culture, Métis, that the church decided to create a different way of approaching First Nations people. The Vatican Concordat 1610 actually identified the Mi'kmaq as a nation internationally. And it was a recognition at the European level to facilitate trade between the Mi'kmaq and Europe. And this was an actual wampum that was created. It was an agreement with the Vatican directly. It had nothing to do with the crown. So we have a Vatican to Mi'kmaq recognition of nationhood in North America. It was the first wampum of its kind like that. And so the Mi'kmaq people had been recognized as having the nation. The Acadian people lived with us. We were one territory, one people, integrated Mi'kmaq and the Métis and the French harmoniously. Our agreement said that in order for us to maintain this treaty in good faith, we had to become Catholic. So Henri, member 2, who was the sachem of the Mi'kmaq nation, got baptized. And from that point on, all of the Mi'kmaq culture was considered a Roman Catholic faith. And so they had actually created with the church a system of writing and the teachings of the Bible in Mi'kmaq as well as in English. So this is a nation that was formed. Now, when Jeffrey Amherst abolished the Mi'kmaq people, it wasn't a nation-to-nation attack. And not only did he attack the Mi'kmaq, he also attacked the Acadians. Jeffrey Amherst was the one who ordered the deportation of the Acadians to take place. And this resulted, of course, in the death of tens of thousands of Acadian and French settlers of Canada. Okay? Now, I'll bring you to the modern time, how the colonialism continued after the deportation, because my parents are the survivors of that. My ancestors are the survivors of these things. What happened was in my family, because we were more Mi'kmaq than we were Acadian, we didn't end up on the boats cast adrift. A lot of the list of the Acadian names, like Thibodeau, and so those are the names of the people as they arrived at the port city. But for the families who fled into the woods, their name was not on the list. So names like the Galien, the Lantang, those are my family, who never made the list of Acadian, but they were Acadian who fled to the wood. Now, when the deportation began, we went from Nova Scotia to northern Quebec to take shelter in reservations up that way. And then eventually we made our way down to Caraquet, New Brunswick. And that's where we settled. And there were land grants issued to my family by way of the governance of the day. So families like, well, in my family, the land grant was given to Pierre Gallier, and it was given to Louis Lantang, and it was also given to Jacques Toiréan. Now, Jacques Toiréan was the last surviving member in a family of, I believe it was a family of 12, and he was the last one who survived the smallpox. So in my family, we have the Mi'kmaq, and we have the what do you call it, the Métis and the French all blended in. We were given our land grants, and during the time of my parents' grandparents, we were still being subjugated to colonialistic genocide type concepts, and I'll explain how that happened. My mom's grandfather was Laurent Lantang. He owned a store in Saint-Simon, which is a little area outside Caraquet, New Brunswick. And he didn't know how to read. He didn't know numbers. He didn't know how to write. And he owned a shop. And he would keep tabs of all the line of credit by scrawling his own system of handwriting in the barn at the back of the store. And the reason it was like that was because we were forbidden to read. We were absolutely under monitor by the British inspectors who would come into our home and confiscate any book or literature that was visible. And of course, you can't build an economy based on that kind of naivete. And we also had the problem of the lack of the church presence. The church would come into the community only once every few months. And it was inconsistent because they're trying to break our relationship of the Catholic Church to the Mi'kmaq Métis people to violate, to make us forget the Vatican Concordat of 1610. If we lose our memory of that agreement, if we lose our Catholic faith and we show bad faith to the treaty, we lose the right of the treaty. So they did everything they could to systematically separate the people from the Catholic Church and to suppress our memory of this knowledge. But we were very good at keeping the oral tradition alive because we were Indigenous people. That's how we always did it. So the story continued. Every girl in my family's first name was Maria. All the guys were Joseph. And that was the way that we kept these things going. With or without a priest, there would be baptism. There would be the blessing of the dead. We said the rosary. We had crucifix. We had all these things. But the British used to confiscate the cross. And they used to confiscate the Bible. So these things were well hidden. And it was a system. It was a system. So Laurent Lantang brought in a girl from Montreal, young thing, probably around 16 years old or so, to teach. And among the people who learned the literacy was my grandmother, Obelin.
This thing. No?
The reporter Alice Porter looks now at Her Majesty's incredible 70-year reign.
This is the last time that Her Majesty ever saw her father alive. Princess Elizabeth and Prince Philip were on tour in Africa when they heard the news that George VI had suddenly died at Sandringham in 1952. She was just 25 years old.
It was in her teenage years that she suddenly realised that her life course was going to change dramatically after her uncle abdicated, and it was this position of being, heir was thrust upon her, and then her father's, premature death, he died sooner than was expected, meant that she didn't even have a few years of sort of normal married life under her belt, but she was thrust into this position as a young woman.
Over her 70-year reign, the Queen has lived through wars, 14 prime ministers, the birth of the internet, and even a pandemic.
The Queen is normally at Sandringham over the Christmas period, but last year she stayed in Windsor because of rising COVID cases. But a couple of weeks ago, she was finally able to travel up to Sandringham via helicopter, and she'll be here to mark the 70th anniversary of her father's death and her accession to the throne.
So how do locals feel about the Queen's Platinum Jubilee?
70-year reign, there you go, it says it all, doesn't it? She's such a strong character. She obviously came into the role really young, and I think for anybody to be thrown into, I know they're sort of prepared for it all their lives, but that's an amazing thing to do.
I think she'll carry on for a few more years yet. I'm old enough to remember her Silver Jubilee and the street parties we had then. It would be lovely, if COVID allows, to do the same sort of thing again.
I think it's very good for the town. I think a lot of people, it does bring people in. People go to Sandringham, don't they, at Christmas and such like, but it does bring people in. So yes, I think it's a good thing. And long may she continue.
Street parties, concerts, tree planting and Jubilee medals are all being prepared for the first week of June, as the country and Commonwealth will come together to officially celebrate the first Platinum Jubilee of a monarch. Alice Porter, GB News.
Now, in April, as you will be aware by now, the energy price cap will increase by 54%. So households face an annual increase of about £700 a year.
From October, the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, is offering customers £200 off their bills, but consumers still have to pay back £40 a year for 5 years. That's how it's going to work.
Yeah, repayments for the buy now, pay later sort of loan start next year, with the potential, at least, of driving millions in England, well, across the whhole country, actually, into fuel poverty.
And here with us now is Barry Gardiner, former Shadow Minister for Energy and Climate Change and Labour MP for Brent North. It's lovely to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, how do you resolve this one? I mean, we've been talking about it. We've heard from viewers who are in real financial crises.
I'm trying to say, those viewers of yours who wrote into you and said, look, can I help other people? Thank goodness we have that spirit in the country. And even though you're not able to do that, please, if you're in difficulty with your fuel bill, go to Citizens Advice Bureau, come to your MP. We can help you with your, showing how to make sure you're getting the help that you need from all the authorities. It's really important that people do seek out.
Because Archie, who wrote it, he had enough money to just keep enough heating going that might keep him going for another 5 days, but he doesn't then get his universal credit for another 11 or 12 days. How is he meant to cope with that 11 or 12 days? What sort of help will be available?
It is absolutely ridiculous, and of course what we've seen is that the companies who are producing this oil and gas are making record profits. Okay, they've actually given £44 billion to their shareholders in the past 3 years, and yet they haven't paid a penny in tax. So we're talking Shell and BP, not a penny in tax from Shell and BP for 3 years. Look at their filings from last October, right? There was a big article about it. Nothing in tax. And
they haven't got away with that, then. It's accruing.
They've made excess profits because the wholesale price of gas has increased, and that's global demand. We understand that, because what's been happening is there was a cold winter in the 1920 winter. That winter period was very cold, particularly in Europe, but also what then happened was they had to do the running repairs for their nuclear power stations and their coal-fired power stations. That had got a backlog of repairs that
And,
we needed.
and that is why they defend themselves by saying we have to look after our shareholders, because without our shareholders, we wouldn't have an industry. They pay for the infrastructure, they pay for the nuclear power.
This is the point. This Chancellor, he has given 130% super tax deductibles, right? Now, that means that when they go and develop an oil field in the North Sea, the Canberra oil field, for example, Shell's have pulled out of that, but when they go and develop that, they then get 100% of all the costs of developing it, and then 30% on top. Now that's coming from you and me as taxpayers.
That being tax-free?
That is coming from, no, not tax-free. They get that money. It's a tax deductible. So they're getting that money. And that's why they're making these huge profits. And that's why what I've been saying is we need a windfall tax on those companies. They're the ones who are making the profits and the excess profits. And it's we, the taxpayer, that are subsidising them with these tax deductions.
But we spoke to an expert at Imperial College earlier on this morning, and he was saying the problem with the windfall tax, and he was saying that it was introduced at the start of the Blair government, was that it didn't work. And it drove American energy companies out of the market because they just saw their profits dive, couldn't afford to keep going.
I'm sorry, the North Sea is the most profitable and the most invested in oil and gas field in the world. And actually it has the lowest tax take. So there are more companies doing that in the North Sea than in anywhere else in the world. But we also need to fix the structure that we charge in this company. So it's not just the oil and gas companies that are extracting it out of the ground, it's the suppliers. Because what happens at the moment is the poorest people who use least energy pay most per unit of energy. So if you've got a swimming pool that you're heating, if you've got a huge cinema in your home, right, you pay less per unit of energy than somebody who is struggling, 3 kids, single parent, is scrimping and saving on their energy bills, not knowing whether to heat or eat. You know, these are the problems with the structure of the market, and we need to change that. I mean, it's got a technical name.
If it's that stark a picture as you've just painted, why doesn't Rishi Sunak see that? Why doesn't Boris Johnson see that? Why don't they look at it and say, this is unfair?
Rishi Sunak is an ex-hedge fund manager, right? His whole background is corporate finance. His whole background is making the sort of profits, those momentous profits, as Shell called them, the 44 billion that have gone into shareholders' pockets. That's his background. I challenged Rishi Sunak in the lobby one day. I said, surely on this super tax deductible, are you not going to put a green filter? Are you not going to say that, yes, we want to boost productivity, we want to boost investment in companies, but it shouldn't be companies that are polluting, that are going against all our objectives in terms of changing to a low carbon economy. And he looked at me and he just absolutely didn't get it. And he said, no, it's doing what it should do, it's boosting productivity. I said, but it's not, it's polluting.
Well, look, we're almost out of time. We've literally got 30 seconds left. What I need to ask you is, our viewers would not forgive me, because we get a lot of emails actually about it, saying it's 3 weeks now since the Chinese spy scandal, Christine Lee, came to light. You said at the time you were angry about it. But do you have regrets now, looking back, that more wasn't done?
I would have welcomed the security services coming to me and saying, not tell us about this relationship, but actually saying, we think you should break it off. If there's a problem, I think MPs, we have no ability to track back the source of funds like they do. We can only declare them properly, which of course was done in my case. But it would have been helpful had the security services been able to say, you know what? Just distance yourself.
But Barry Gardner, it's really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes, and coming up, we're going to be serving up the Queen's favourite tipple. Looking forward to that. First of all, the weather.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
Make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
Right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole way.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
That you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before. Basically like time travel. If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way. Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair. This is Headliners, a paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us. Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
And Dad Wizard, join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wilson Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Very good morning to you. It is 9 o'clock on the 6th of February 2022.
A very important date indeed, because 70 years ago today, Princess Elizabeth ascended to the throne. Now the longest reigning monarch in British history. The Queen will today celebrate her Platinum Jubilee quietly today.
Well, Her Majesty has used this momentous milestone, and it certainly is, to thank the nation for its support, whilst at the same time giving the royal seal of approval for the Duchess of Cornwall to become Queen Camilla.
You're watching Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne. We're live for you on radio, on DAB. You can get us online, on the app. I suppose we ought to tell you what else is going on in the world as well.
Yes, we better have. The Prime Minister has promised that there will be improvements in Number 10 following the announcement of 2 new appointments.
Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Steve Barclay, will become the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, while Guto Harry becomes Director of Communications. Of course, you remember Boris Johnson lost 5 of his Downing Street aides within the space of about 24 hours.
Now, if you happen to be in the northeast on Friday night, you may have caught a glimpse of the Northern Light.
Yes,
Beautiful too.
beautiful glowing colours were captured by photographers in Howick on the Northumberland coast, who then took to social media to share beautiful sights.
Absolutely gorgeous they are too. Don't forget, we really want to hear from you this morning. So many of you have got in touch. We get through as many as we can on the show. You can email us gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can send us a tweet that our team will pick up at GB News. Now, the Queen has directly addressed any unresolved questions about the Duchess of Cornwall's future title. In a message marking her Platinum Jubilee, the Queen said Camilla would be known as Queen Consort when Prince Charles becomes king.
Celebrations kick off in June with an added bonus for 4-day bank holiday. Anyway, I'm very pleased to say that Robert Lacey, historian and author of A Brief Life of the Queen Monarch, joins us now. And it's lovely to see you at the end of our bench here. Thank you very much for coming in.
It's going to be a 4-day holiday. It's only 2 bank holidays at the weekend.
Oh, I see.
We're not going to give them 4 bank holidays. We're adding an extra bank holiday.
That's
4 days holiday.
Thursday
to Sunday.
No, that's
very nice indeed. But what do you make of this occasion? Because as we've been reflecting on today, it's a point that we're celebrating but actually for the Queen herself, also a day of quiet reflection, because it marks the death of her father.
As she said in her message yesterday, which also had the news about Camilla that this week discussing, it's for her a day when she looks back and remembers her father, George VI, made famous to the world, of course, by the King's Speech.
Yes.
What was he called? The great. Anyway, sorry.
I think
Hugh what's his face?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't Hugh what's his face. No, it was. We'll think of it.
We'll think of it.
This is terrible.
I make a point because that shows how he entered popular culture.
Yeah.
His stutter was a symbol of the struggles, or more than a symbol, an expression of the struggles he went to do his duty. And so she looks back to that, and also, of course, she looks back to the other important man in her life, that was Prince Philip, whom she's lost. And it so happens that this weekend, although she's at Sandringham, she's not staying in the big house. She's staying in Wood Farm on the estate, which is where Philip spent the last years of his life. So, as I understand it, pondering those two men, the role played, for example, by her mother, consort to the king, and then Philip, and the importance of the consort, apparently that all weighed in this decision that she has taken. I'm glad you said it was a seal of approval. This is not the Queen saying she will be Queen. She has no power to do that. Which is the Queen saying, I would like.
It is my wish, didn't she?
It is my wish, exactly.
So, which I think is quite a neat message to Camilla haters out there.
Yes.
Because what they've got to accept now is this is what the Queen wants.
Yes. The famous unwritten British Constitution has no rules. It is simply a matter of convention that the wife of the King will become the Queen. And so, in fact, in 2005, when they married, there was a statement that was on Prince Charles's website until recently. My wife will be known as Princess Consort.
Yeah.
That was only an expression of his wishes. And at the sad moment, in the fullness of time, I think, as Her Majesty put it, with that moment, when Charles becomes king, she automatically becomes queen. And so the Camilla haters then have to explain, well, how should we push her back to Princess Consort? We'll have to have an act of parliament for that.
Which won't
Which would go against the Queen's wishes.
Go against the Queen's wishes, go obviously against Prince Charles's wishes, and no government of the day in the first months of a new king's reign is going to say, hang on a minute, she's going to be demoted. So it's bound to happen.
This letter from yesterday is remarkable in so many respects. I mean, it's just the language. I remain eternally grateful for and humbled by the loyalty and affection that you continue to give me.
Exactly.
And it's beautiful.
It is. And there was that wonderful moment, I don't know if you showed, she was with these ladies of the local Women's Institute having a tea party, and one of them made a lovely cake, and it said, Her Majesty Platinum Jubilee or something. And as she presented to the Queen, with the press over there, she suddenly realized the writing was the wrong way around. So she switched it round and said to the Queen, I'm sorry, I hope you don't mind, ma'am, but I've switched it round so the press can see it. And the Queen said, I don't matter.
No, I didn't know she'd said that. That's lovely. And at the end of her letter, her statement, she calls herself your servant.
Yes. Well, of course, this is an echo, and I think she refers to it in the letter, of 1947. That was her 21st birthday. She happened to be in South Africa, then with her father, carrying out duties. And that was when she made her famous pledge to you all to do my duty. I think that's been the secret of her success. There are some royal people who take themselves too seriously, who think it's all about them.
Yes.
She has always remembered she belongs to a system, to an institution that exists to serve the country.
Well, what do you make of, I mean, if you just grab it...
While you scramble for that, I'll just remind us all, it was Colin Firth who was in it.
Colin Firth!
Top marks out.
There you go. I mean, it's on the Daily Star, off to her bed, implying that she's going to be gone with abdicate within a year, I should say. I mean, her letter says, I look forward to continuing to serve you with all my heart.
Exactly, and royal lovers will know that next year, we'll be celebrating another anniversary, which will be the 70th anniversary of the coronation. And then I think in 2 or 3 more years, she will have surpassed Louis XIV of France, and she will then have been, God willing, the longest serving monarch ever in history for any country.
Oh, that is just brilliant, isn't
That'll be
it?
very nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is it about the Queen? I mean, I know that clearly there's a lot. Longevity brings loyalty, inevitably. But she does seem to be just this most remarkable lady that for the vast majority of people in the UK and around the world, people just have so much respect for.
Guys. What? Show me. I'm getting fucked on the streets. Fuck that. I'm playing this game with you. There's too much. No. Oh. No. What? No.
The culture of North America, or more accurately, Northern America, meaning the United States and Canada, is pretty heavily based on English and, to a wider extent, British culture and custom. And even though they were removed by 300 years, it's still easy to see how their language, religion, and heritage has blended the fabric of these nations. permeating pretty much every ethnic group in the region. Well, except for the Inuit, but we already covered that last video. Although these countries are diversified when it comes to ancestry and religion, the large...
Hold to account not just the demonstrators, but those that fund and enable the demonstrators in any way. So how did we get to this point? This point where GoFundMe has shut down.
There's a park in Montreal that feels like stepping onto an alien planet, and it changes before your very eyes.
Leo Vegas presents an exclusive selection of blackjack tables for every move. Now streamed live from our very own exclusive studio. From standard tables to super side bets, there's a table for everyone. Land at 21 at Leo Vegas, king of...
Speaking of restrictions, all of that, protests against such restrictions.
Yes, okay, so this is a very interesting story. It has a lot of facets to it. A lot of you guys have been following that there was this huge convoy of Canadian truckers who converged on Ottawa. And this protest was initially sparked by a regulation change that was actually enacted both by the Canadian government and the U.S. government that says if you are an international trucker and crossing national boundaries and borders, then you have to be vaccinated. And if you're not, you're going to have to be subject to test and a 2-week quarantine, which I have to assume if you're a trucker.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's not going to work, okay? So this is what sort of sparked this protest, but it became this catch-all movement for everybody who was upset about the various pandemic restrictions that they still have in place in Canada. I'm not an expert on Canadian pandemic restrictions, but my understanding is that they have things in place that are more stringent than what we have here. And I should also say that they also, as a population, are more in favor of those restrictions by a large margin and generally support the broader population generally supports this direction, which I think is important context here. So let's go ahead and throw this Reuters tear sheet up on the screen that has the basic details here. Thousands stage peaceful protests in Ottawa against Canada's vaccine mandate. So again, this was a convoy. There were some wildly inflated figures on social media of 50,000 trucks. From the best I can tell, it was more like hundreds or maybe a couple thousand, nowhere near the 50,000, but that's still a very significant movement coming all the way from Western Canada and driving all the way to Ottawa, convoy across the country. They say here thousands held a loud but peaceful protest in Canada's capital, Ottawa, on Saturday against Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's COVID-19 vaccine mandates on the streets and snow-covered lawn in front of Parliament. It was cold as hell while these people were out there, by the way.
Degrees out there.
It says that the so-called Freedom Convoy started out as a rally of truckers against the vaccine requirement for cross-border drivers, but turned into a demonstration against government overreach during the pandemic with a strong anti-vaccination streak. So what was interesting here from the media perspective is the best I could figure out, there were a few people who were part of this broader movement, not organizers of the convoy, but somehow affiliated, and supportive, I guess I should say, of this movement, who said something like, this is going to be our January 6th. And so the media took that, freaked out, ran with it. There was, a lot of concerns that there was going to be violent, they were going to storm the Capitol or whatever. Thank goodness that did not end up happening. And it seems in retrospect that those concerns may have been wildly overblown. You also had something interesting happen with GoFundMe, which is that this group raised millions of dollars. Last count that I have here is $6.2 million. Put this tear sheet up on the screen. And GoFundMe wouldn't release that money initially. What they said is they needed to have some details about how the money was ultimately going to be spent. At this point now, they've released an initial $1 million because they say they received some details of how the money was ultimately going to be spent. But There also were concerns. I think this was part of the whole idea that like this was going to be violent and it was going to be Canada's January 6th, and they didn't want to be seen to have helped to fund something that turned into like some violent insurrection. So there was a whole panic and freak out of this. Let me just say one more thing about this, which is, well, we've got the Washington Post editorial, which shows some of the kind of media freak out. They say
this other treaty these people.
Canada must confront the toxic freedom convoy head on. This op-ed goes on to say they're too big to ignore and too unreasonable to placate insofar as they represent a broader challenge. Either way, we shouldn't ignore or placate them. Rather, the convoy and its supporters must be met with the counter-movement that refuses to give them an inch, but instead focuses national, subnational, and local efforts on true threats to liberty, which do exist. Listen, I feel about this kind of the same way I felt the early anti-lockdown protests that we covered here, that there was a whole media panic about in the U.S. press. I didn't support their views and their values. I don't support the views of a lot of the folks here, and there is a whole lot of like anti-vaccine sentiment among this group that converged on the Capitol. But people can protest. This is, I mean, that's what democracy is about. You have a view, you disagree with the government, you go, you stage a demonstration. It's a very clever one. I mean, it's very evocative to see all these truckers in a convoy across the country and converging on the Capitol and making your point. Why is the panic and the upset around this and just totally like smearing them like they're evil wrongdoers set on like, you know, violent insurrection or whatever? I just think that was ended up being very silly.
No, the media treatment is repulsive. I would love to see GoFundMe show me one instance in which they demanded this of any Black Lives Matter thing that raised like $1 gajillion, which they, you know, a lot of recent reporting shows has been squandered on mansions, making people rich. Yeah, demand the plan, GoFundMe. It's amazing, right? Who gets the right media treatment, who gets cracked down, and who doesn't. And look, all of the treatment of these people is insane. Go ahead and put the next one up there, which is that Justin Trudeau was apparently moved to a secret location as thousands of people protested COVID-19 vax mandates for truckers and other restrictions as it made its way into Ottawa. What do these people think is going to happen? They have whipped themselves into a frenzy in which they look at their peaceful citizens, which is what was actually happening here. You know, protests. Last time I checked, Canada has some sort of freedom of assembly. Well, you know, they have whipped themselves almost into the same as us to think that they are literally going to attack them and have mass violence break out. But look, we should be very clear here. Let's put this up here. 70% of Canadians support dismissal of employees who refuse COVID-19 vaccines. All right? Canada is not even close to the U.S. They have a much more compliant population. To me, they're a lot more analogous to Europe. I mean, you see a lot of what's happening, the nastiness and insanity in Austria, with people getting, you know, held down for protesting, all that stuff. The Canadians are a lot more like that than they are like us. They don't have the same frontier mindset, even though they do have frontier and the freedom and individual liberty that is really baked into kind of our psyche. Doesn't really exist. And the real issue, I think, to us was not just the treatment domestically in Canada of the media there, but really of our media, trying to make this into a national story in which demonize and try and connect it to some global authoritarian right-wing movement. As you pointed out, you said that, what was it, they thought that the Russians had replaced these truckers?
Yeah, there was some idiot on
Okay,
CBC
so
was
we're
like,
talking
yeah,
about
I know it might
how
sound
long?
crazy, but we gotta ask, what was Russia's involved in this? Like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what we
Analog
unleashed
audio
on the
radio.
world. Yeah, I mean, listen,
AM, FM.
you don't have to agree
And
with
there's
the
digital
goals
audio.
and aims of every protest movement to say they got
So
a right to
HG radio,
protest.
digital
I mean, it's like
audio
the most,
broadcasting.
it's the most basic possible thing. And I think we're right to point out, look, about 90% apparently of these truckers, of Canada's cross-border truckers, are already vaccinated. So this is probably a pretty small proportion that ultimately is upset about these rules. But listen, you want to get out there, you want to organize, you want to have a peaceful protest and make your views heard, like, go to it. That is what democracy is supposed to be all about. I also saw some of Trudeau's comments, like, very dismissive and contemptful as well, which I think that's a bad look. I don't think it's appropriate. And to be dismissive of people's concerns, you don't have to agree with, again, I think there are, from what I saw, interviews with this group, you've got a lot of people who have, like, you know, anti-science, sort of like anti-vax views. But people can have a right to go out and express themselves against what they're arguing about here is effectively just a government policy. It's okay to have opinions that differ from whatever the dominant ethos is ultimately here. And I think it shows a lack of confidence in your own viewpoints when rather than engage with someone who has a different viewpoint and wants a different policy, when you just feel like you've got to smear, demonize, dismiss, censor, et cetera, and so to see that sort of infected the Canadian public in a similar way to what we've experienced here is not great.
Yeah, our greatest and worst export, our worst export to the world. When I say greatest, I mean biggest one is apparently our idiotic woke politics. This is whenever I travel abroad, these people are like, "Why are you sending this madness here?" To give you an example, this was a cartoon, political cartoon. Put this up there. Fascism. Yeah, it's very fascist in order to protest restrictions. These things don't even make any sense. They're completely idiotic. Of course, when I read the NPR report on this, the protesters, one truck carried a Confederate flag, many carried expletive-laden signs. So they're going to pick one truck out of all the trucks in order to say that this was what it was really about. Okay, first, there's not even real. Yeah, you want to talk about real separatism in Canada? It actually exists. They're called the Quebecois, but our idiotic people are unable to understand other countries, even when we literally share a border with them. So, look, the media treatment on these people is repulsive. As you said, I do not support.
Oh, yay.
Support the complete anti-vax views, but for the
I didn't say.
Is dismiss, censor, et cetera, and so to see that sort of infected the Canadian public in a similar way to what we've experienced here is not great.
Yeah, our greatest and worst export, our worst export to the world. When I say greatest, I mean biggest one is apparently our idiotic woke politics. This is whenever I travel abroad, these people are like, "Why are you sending this madness here?" To give you an example, this was a cartoon, political cartoon. Put this up there. Fascism. Yeah, it's very fascist in order to protest restrictions. These things don't even make any sense. They're completely idiotic. Of course, when I read the NPR report on this, in the protesters, one truck carried a Confederate flag. Many carried expletive-laden signs. So they're going to pick one truck out of all the trucks in order to say that this was what it was really about. Okay, first, there's not even real. Yeah, you want to talk about real separatism in Canada? It actually exists. They're called the Quebecois, but our idiotic people are unable to understand other countries, even when we literally share a border with them. So, look, the media treatment on these people is repulsive. As you said, I do not support the complete anti-vax views, but for the broader support this is garnered in the United States and even within Canada, which is a very high vaccination rate, most of them are against the restrictions. I am not going to Canada anytime soon because from the restrictions that I can tell, it sounds like complete madness. It's like being, it's far more stringent than anything in New York or even in New York or Washington, D.C.
I don't really like to get into criticizing other countries' policies and
you do what you want,
what their populations have decided on democratic basis that they want to implement and that they think makes sense for them. I'm not an expert on it. I don't want to go into that direction, but in terms of just saying, hey, it's okay for people to protest and have a different opinion on whatever that policy is, that seems like a really easy position to ultimately take.
Yeah, that's well said. And if we were the neocons, we'd be like, we need to go in there. Imagine let's go. We need to spread democracy to Canada. Look, feel bad for them, but that's what the Canadians' problem.
Hey guys, thanks so much for watching.
That's right. Just as a reminder, you can become a premium subscriber today. Watch the full show completely uncut. Our reactions to each other's monologues. You get to listen to it. You get to ask us questions. All that good stuff. Link is right there in the description or at breakingpoints.com.
Best of all, great way to say screw you to the mainstream media.
It's a bit of the server. Okay, go back. This is so hard. Not to distract. That was very satisfying.
Crystal, what do you take a look at?
Well, guys, as you probably know, California is effectively a one-party state. Democrats hold the governor's mansion. They hold 31 out of 40 state Senate seats, and they hold 56 out of 80 assembly seats. Whatever Democrats want in California, they can accomplish. And so it's with great interest that I've watched as many of those elected Democrats try to avoid doing something that they pretended to support, and which, by the way, their constituents overwhelmingly want. And that would be establishing a single-payer healthcare system in that state. So here's the very latest, and this news was breaking late last night. Unions, activists, and progressive politicians have been trying to pass single-payer healthcare for decades in California. The most recent attempt was back in 2017. That effort gained a lot of steam following Bernie's first presidential campaign. In fact, single-payer actually passed through the Senate in that state. But the health insurers, they had a key ally in Assembly Speaker Anthony Rendon. They flooded his campaign coffers along with the coffers of the Democratic Party writ large with millions in campaign cash. And lo and behold, Speaker Rendon decided to not even bring single payer to the floor for a vote. No one would have to take a tough vote to show whether they sided with the people or with the corrupt corporate insurers. And the issue was very effectively killed for that moment. But the fight wasn't over. Single-payer advocates got another shot with then-candidate Gavin Newsom, who backed the effort in his successful run for governor. Newsom recognized that the issue was popular with voters, and he was jockeying for the endorsement of an influential nurses union. So during that campaign, Newsom was totally unequivocal. He even chided other politicians for their fake support of universal health care. He tweeted, "I'm tired of politicians saying they support single-payer, but that it's too soon, too expensive, or someone else's problem." So here we are in 2022 after a pandemic that saw economic and health devastation, with California voters keenly interested in breaking away from this rapacious for-profit model that has had such devastating consequences for their state and for the country. And Newsom, well, he's no longer a candidate for office, he's governor. He's leader of the California Democratic Party. No one has more power over what that party backs and prioritizes and what ultimately happens in the state. So last week, a bill that would establish something called CalCare, single payer, passed out of committee, sending it for a vote to the full state assembly. Newsom must be ecstatic, right? Delighted that a key campaign promise is one step closer to fruition, thrilled politically that he can deliver on a popular issue among California voters. Yeah, not so much. Whereas before, Newsom was tired of politicians making excuses for not backing single payer. Now he is one of those politicians making excuses for not backing single payer. When asked about this bill, he said, quote, "I've not had the opportunity to review that plan, and no one has presented it to me. I think that the ideal system is a single payer system. I've been consistent with that for well over a decade. The difference here is when you're in a position of responsibility, you've got to apply, you've got to manifest the ideal. This is hard work. It's one thing to say, it's another to do." Indeed, it is one thing to say and another to do. I will give you that one. And I'll give you one guess what happened between campaign Newsom throwing down for single payer and Governor Newsom getting all weak-kneed. Well, he got a whole raft of cash. Our partners over at the Daily Poster had this report. Health insurer Blue Shield of California has been forking over multi-million-dollar donations to Newsom, to his pet causes, and to the California Democratic Party. We're talking $99,000 direct to Newsom's campaigns, $2.7 million to the California Dems. That includes a $1 million gift to the state party just last summer. That was back when Newsom was fighting back a recall effort. $100K to Newsom's inaugural, $20 million to a Newsom-backed homeless housing project. Now, this money has already reaped great rewards for this insurer. We previously covered here how Newsom awarded Blue Shield a $15 million no-bid contract for vaccine distribution, in spite of the fact they had absolutely no relevant expertise in setting up vaccination sites or administering vaccines. But Blue Shield, they're not the only ones who've been funneling cash to Newsom and the Dems in hopes that they will kill single payer. Anthem, United Health, they also have ponied up significant contributions. Now, by law in California, yesterday, Monday, the last day of the month, was the final day that the CalCare bill could pass through the full House. Otherwise, the effort would once again die and have to be resurrected. So it all came down to a single dramatic vote in the state assembly. Who would live up to their promises? Who was bought off by the insurance schools? Would it have enough votes among the super majority of Democrats to even get through? And at the very last minute, they did the absolute worst possible thing. Again, they killed the bill. It was the exact same ending as last time. Once again, not only did the insurers and their millions win the day, but corrupt, bought and paid for politicians didn't even have to come out of hiding to register their no vote. And there is zero doubt here, by the way, that Newsom's lack of support helped doom the bill. I would be shocked if he wasn't twisting arms behind the scenes to keep the vote from coming to the floor, because ultimately, the lack of a vote benefits Newsom more than it benefits anyone else. Now, he doesn't have to display to the world his fealty to the insurers and contend with the possibility of an actual bill that's awaiting his signature. Now, I want you to really take this one in. Whatever you think of single payer, it is extremely popular in California. In fact, in Newsom's recall election, pollsters found that a Medicare for All type system was backed by likely voters by a margin of 60 to 34. And of course, among the Democratic base, the very people who regularly show up to elect these people and who kept Newsom in office, it's supported by 86% of voters. Not to mention, the moral and the financial case for single payer is really clear. And if you don't believe me, well, you could just ask Governor Newsom.
The fact is, we're already spending $367.5 billion a year on healthcare, according to UCLA, in this state, 70% of it borne by the taxpayers. A single payer system drives down the cost of healthcare, drives down the cost of prescription drugs through economies of scale, and provides a more effective, efficient, and universal access for those that are uninsured. You still have 3 million people with
All right, Sandra, what are you looking at?
Well, everyone, as I sadly predicted, the Neil Young effort to cancel Joe Rogan has spiraled. Several other artists and podcasters have come out saying they're pulling their product, and the pressure is already beginning to ramp up. Spotify stood tall to Neil Young. Can it do so if this thing really snowballs? I have no answer to that question. But something I immediately got suspicious of when it came to Neil Young was this. How much of this is actually Neil Young? How much of this is big money interest behind the scenes? The thing is, I've seen a lot of high-profile cancellation efforts in my time, and in almost every single case, there's a lot more going on behind the scenes. Tonight on Nation to Nation, an assessment of mining's potential impacts on peatlands in Northern Ontario hasn't even started, but a handful of area chiefs say they already aren't being heard.
Our people need to be at the forefront when it comes to significant, massive projects like the Ring of Fire.
The loss of 3 children's lives in a Sandy Lake fire last week is an unimaginable tragedy. First Nations fire prevention expert Blaine Wiggins doesn't want to see it happen again.
Taking every fatal fire and turning that, identifying the cause of determination, and turning those into safety bulletins and subsequent programs and services.
Ontario is appealing a case to the Supreme Court of Canada over a clause in the 1850 Robinson-Huron Treaty that said if land revenues increased, so would a $4 annuity.
They believed the Crown at the time when the Crown said, yes, if we make more revenue in the territory, you will get a share of that. Well, that has not happened.
Welcome to Nation. I'm Brett Forster. Deep beneath the James Bay lowlands in Northern Ontario lies a massive deposit of valuable minerals. It's known as the Ring of Fire, and companies have been eager to mine it for more than a decade. The provincial government calls it a once-in-a-century opportunity, but it would occur entirely on the territory of Treaty 9 First Nations, and some are concerned about how it's being handled. For more, I'm joined by Attawapiskat Chief David Nakaji and Kashechewan Chief Gaius Wesley. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rick.
Chief Nakaji, let me start with you. The federal government is going ahead with an environmental impact assessment for the entire region. What is it about Ottawa's approach that concerns you?
Well, the concern that we have is the people that the impact on that going to happen with the Attawapiskat First Nations that live down the river of the requested mine site, and not only does Attawapiskat members are going to be impacted environmentally. We live in the region, what we call the James Bay and Hudson's Bay basin of the bay itself. So it will impact everyone that's in the James Bay area.
Chief Wesley, how would you like Canada to alter the process to ensure that First Nations in the area have their rights and jurisdiction respected?
Well, what Canada and Ontario needs to do is they need to throw out the draft terms of reference, the draft agreement for the regional assessment Ring of Fire. And what they need to do is that they need to work with the First Nations people through a COLEC, and they co-enforced approach to ensure that the people in our region also have their say in the terms of reference. And not only that, because we also want to have our own commission, our own committee where we can also provide the draft terms of reference on how this can work for the First Nation communities that are affected by the Ring of Fire.
Now, I understand a number of leaders met recently with Environment Minister Stephen Guilbeault to talk about this issue. Chief Nakaji, what was his response when you raised these concerns?
Well, we didn't get much of a response, and you know how governments are when you meet them. They want to provide you the answer at that point in time when you have a meeting with them. So basically, it just we provided our concerns, we voiced our concerns, and there was no answer as to what action is going to be taken by the government. So that's basically what happened in the meeting. So he's going to come back and say what the answer is in the near future, and I don't know when that's going to be.
Now, on the other side of this particular coin, Premier Doug Ford said somewhat famously now that the Ring of Fire would be mined even if he has to ride the bulldozer himself. Chief Wesley, how has the provincial government responded to your concerns?
The provincial government, we met with him this past December with Minister Ray Rickford and his colleague Minister of Environment, and we wanted to create a treaty roundtable. We want that treaty roundtable to discuss on how we can work together to ensure that our people's voices, their concerns are heard in the Ring of Fire, and with the Doug Ford's message during his campaign is that he didn't have any knowledge over the First Nations people, the inherent rights, the jurisdictions that we have on our lands that we depend on to survive, especially with the young population that are growing. It's a point.
Okay, I've got time for one more brief round of questioning. Chief Nakaji, there already has been one major mine in the region, the De Beers Victor Gold Mine near Attawapiskat. How do you feel about more mines given the community's experience there?
Well, a lot of people say that we have benefit from the Victor mine itself, but in all reality, and nothing had accomplished to help our people. Musk have never had any the benefit out of it. And having said that, yeah, there was agreements in place, but unfortunately, this is my first term as a chief here, and I don't see anything that how our
This is a lot to read, so we are gonna.
Network neutrality advocates just scored a huge win, a win that a year or two ago didn't even seem possible for them.
No one, whether government or corporate, should control free and open access to the internet.
The Federal Communications Commission said that both wireless and wired internet providers are actually public utilities, and as such, the federal government can effectively regulate them and force them to abide by net neutrality rules. Now, if you don't know what net neutrality is, it is the idea that on the internet we shouldn't be discriminating against different kinds of traffic. Google should not be able to pay and get a better, sort of faster internet connection to people's homes than some upstart, startup search engine. Net neutrality is considered by a lot of the people who were core in the growth of the internet to be the secret sauce in why the internet has become such an incredible, innovative place. So the idea is that it's why you've been able to have startup after startup after startup come and revolutionize the entire industry, why you've not just had the complete cementing of superpower big monopolies in the way that you did with past technologies. The problem is when the FCC originally went and tried to impose net neutrality rules, they didn't want to call internet providers public utilities. That felt to them, old school, big government. It's like what the government did. In the 1950s. They wanted to seem like they were coming up with a more 21st century lighter touch alternative. And so they kind of tried to split the difference. They said, we're going to regulate you a lot like we would regulate a public utility, but we're not going to classify you as a public utility. Verizon, which is a big internet provider, looked at that and said, you can't do that at all, and sued and won. And as such, they gutted the net neutrality rules the FCC brought out a couple of years ago. That looked to a lot of people like the end of the rules that had allowed the internet to flourish. But the federal government, particularly the Federal Communications Commission, went back, and instead of backing down, they actually went harder. So they went and just reclassified all these internet providers as public utilities. That gives the federal government much more power to regulate them. And they did it, which a lot of people didn't expect, not just for the folks running a cable to your house to give you internet, but also to the providers of internet for smartphones, tablets, the wireless internet providers. So this actually means that pretty much all internet providers now have to abide by net neutrality rules. What is interesting here isn't just the regulation, but the philosophical point. The idea that internet providers are so crucial to modern life that they actually need to be regulated in a completely different way. The government is essentially raising them to the level of electricity providers or water providers, a public utility that the public has an interest in making sure is distributed and run fairly.
Mr. Beat presents Supreme Cold Briefs.
I mean, there are a lot of words you can say whenever you want, pneumonia. Nobody gives you a lot of. All right, you can't yell it in the hospital a great deal, but what the hell? There are words that you can say, no problem. Topography. No one has ever gone to jail for screaming topography. but there are some words that you can go to jail for.
New York City, October 30th, 1973. A radio station owned by Pacifica Foundation broadcasts George Carlin's Filthy Words monologue. You know, the one where he famously proclaimed the 7 dirty words that tend to make society the most upset? Well, a man named John Douglas, who was driving his 15-year-old son, happened to turn his car radio on during the broadcast, and needless to say, Douglas was upset. He wrote the Federal Communications Commission, or FCC,
So the FCC won't let me be.
complaining that the station had played something not appropriate for his kid to hear. The FCC found that certain words Carlin had said depicted, quote, sexual and excretory activities in an indecent way, and the radio station played it in the early afternoon, quote, when children are undoubtedly in the audience. The FCC wrote a scolding letter to Pacifica Foundation, saying essentially, shame on you. They claimed Pacifica broke U.S. code regarding obscene language on the radio, but Pacifica was like, played it during an educational program about taboo language, and we warned listeners before it aired about its indecency. Pacifica tried to get the FCC to reconsider, but the FCC wouldn't budge. It's important to note the FCC didn't punish Pacifica or anything. Regardless, Pacifica appealed the FCC's response to the Court of Appeals for D.C., arguing the FCC was unfairly censoring them. The Court of Appeals reversed the FCC's action, agreeing that it was unfair censorship. On October 7th, 1977, the FCC appealed to the Supreme Court, and the court agreed to hear arguments in April 1978. Early on, justices made the distinction between indecent and obscene. They argued that they weren't the same thing. I know, right? I had always thought they were. So the question became, can the FCC regulate a radio broadcast that is indecent but not obscene? Indecent speech, after all, was protected by the First Amendment. The court decided yes. On July 3rd, 1978, the court announced it sided with the FCC. By a vote of 5-4, it was obviously a close one. The court said Carlin's routine was, quote, indecent but not obscene, arguing the FCC could censor it on the radio to protect children from offensive material and make sure unwanted speech doesn't come into one's home. The court said the FCC could forbid indecent broadcasts during hours when children would likely be among the audience. Justice John Paul Stevens wrote the opinion of the divided court, arguing the First Amendment didn't protect Carlin's routine on the radio. Quote, we have long recognized that each medium of expression presents special First Amendment problems, and of all forms of communication, it is broadcasting that has received the most limited First Amendment protection, unquote. Federal Communications Commission v. Pacifica Foundation was the first time the court reviewed the power of government to penalize bad language over the airwaves. It empowered the FCC, having a chilling effect on radio and television stations across the country. Critics say it just has justified unnecessary censorship. George Carlin died in 2008, but today his legacy is huge. Many comedians cite Carlin as an influence, and he's one of the most beloved comedians of all time. What is not beloved is this court case, which ultimately is what banned Carlin's 7 dirty words. It remains one of the most controversial Supreme Court cases in American history. I'll see you for the next Supreme Court case, jury.
Hmm? Wait. No, shit, you don't look. What does it say? All I looked up was FCC. Farm Credit Canada. FCC 2022.
The internet, repository of all human knowledge and videos of goats singing Taylor Swift songs. Come on! The internet is an incredible place. And tonight, we need to talk about an issue that is impacting it. Net neutrality. In fact, that rings a bell. We actually talked about it in our 5th ever episode 3 years ago. A piece that got a weird amount of attention.
Last Week Tonight with John Oliver has languished in relative obscurity since its debut in April. But this week, an Oliver diatribe about net neutrality went viral.
Hey, fuck you, lady! Language in relative obscurity. I thrived in relative obscurity. Relative obscurity is my middle name. But incredibly, being necked by WGBH Boston was not the weirdest bit of attention that segment attracted. That, without a doubt, would be this.
Alright, it's comedian John Oliver in New York.
They did a big piece on net neutrality and the FCC, and he directed everybody to go to the FCC website and leave like hateful comments.
And it turns out it totally worked! The FCC's website crashed! You did it, John!
I did it. People did it. Yeah. I just merely pointed out a problem. Now, yeah, all of this, that is a quintessentially British excuse. You cannot possibly hold me responsible for what the masses decide to make a fuss about. Now run along, scallywag. I said good day to you. Good day, sir. Now, the reason for our segment 3 years ago was that the future of net neutrality was in question. And to their credit, the FCC took steps to safeguard it. If you're wondering why I'm even bringing up a problem that was seemingly solved, this is why.
The Trump administration today announcing plans to roll back Obama-era net neutrality rules on equal access.
Of course, it seems that the Trump era will basically control Z everything that happened on Obama's watch. I genuinely would not be surprised if one night Trump went on TV just to tell us that he personally killed every turkey Obama ever pardoned. The point is, though, once again, net neutrality is in trouble. And if you need a refresher on what it involves, please let the star of the 2007 viral smash video, Chocolate Rain, explain it to you in 30 seconds.
Net neutrality is the idea that your pipe to the internet, whether that is your cable internet connection, your LTE wireless internet connection, however you are receiving information via the internet, that pipeline to the internet is not allowed to arbitrarily pick favorites in terms of the content that you consume. For example, if you like to use Google search and your roommate likes to use Bing search, your internet service provider can't say, well, Bing is paying us a lot of money, so we're going to slow down Google and Yahoo and their other search engine competitors to make Bing load fast.
Fucking right.
Although that's obviously just a hypothetical. There is clearly no such search engine as Bing. Or maybe there is, I don't know. There's really only one way to find out, and that's by Googling it, and that's kind of the point. But net neutrality is about more than just speed. At its heart, it is the principle that internet service providers, or ISPs like these guys, should not be able to engage in any sort of fuckery that limits or manipulates the choices you make online. It also helps ensure a level playing field so that big companies cannot undermine small companies before they can take off. And without it, Ancestry.com could easily crush my new site, Just Tell Me If I'm Related to a Nazi.com. It's like Ancestry.com, except you get to skip all the bullshit. Net neutrality is objectively boring, and that used to work to ISP's advantage, but more people know what it is now, which is why some companies have started putting out statements trumpeting their support for a free and open internet. In fact, Verizon even created a video to calm any concerns that you might have.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Jeremy here with Settlement General Counsel and leads our public policy group. Let's jump right into it. Is the FCC going to kill what we know as the open internet rules or net neutrality?
The FCC is not talking about killing the net neutrality rules. In fact, not we nor any other ISP are asking them to kill the open internet rules. All they're doing is looking to put the open internet rules in an enforceable way on a different legal footing.
Now that sounds reasonable. Why wouldn't you trust the commitment to open access of a man sitting at a table literally blocking an entire hallway? But while a different legal footing sounds pretty benign, it is not. And it is also worth understanding how net neutrality landed on its current legal footing, because it happens to directly involve Verizon. So let me explain, and unfortunately to do that, I have to introduce you to two terms even more boring than net neutrality, specifically Title I and Title II of the Communications Act of 1934, the equivalent of chasing an Ambien with a shot of chloroform. Here is very broadly what happened. Back in 2010, the FCC wrote net neutrality rules governing ISPs, which at the time were regulated under the less strict Title I. And the companies found those net neutrality rules inconvenient. In fact, Verizon successfully sued the FCC, arguing that it didn't have enough authority to enforce those rules. And the court ruled that if the FCC did want strong, enforceable net neutrality, their best option would be to reclassify ISPs under Title II, which allows for much stronger oversight. So the FCC did that, and the fact they did was huge. So when Verizon claims, hey, we love the open internet, but why don't we just put it on a different legal footing? It's basically O.J. Simpson asking why you won't let him hold any of your samurai swords. Come on, Juice. You know why. You, of anyone, should know why. And the ISPs now have a powerful ally on their side, because Trump has appointed a new head of the FCC, and it is this guy.
Ajay Pai is known for being anti-regulation, pro-merger. Last month, he said he wanted to, quote, take a weed whacker to current FCC rules and predicted net neutrality's, quote, days are numbered.
Wow. Days are numbered and take a weed whacker are serial killer talk. So that is pretty ominous. When the Code of Federal Regulations looks out of its window at night, there's just Ajit Pai standing silently, holding his weed whacker, waiting for his chance. But the dangerous thing about Pai is that he presents himself as a fun, down-to-earth nerd. The kind of guy whose Twitter feed is full of quotes from The Big Lebowski. He quotes it all the time. And look, quoting The Big Lebowski is fine in certain contexts. For example, if you're an actor and it's 1998 and you're filming the movie The Big Lebowski. But it is completely intolerable in any other context. And that's not his only fun guy at the office traits. Just watch his very first press conference as Jim.
I'll be happy to take quick questions from the
Are you stepped in dog food?
to examine.
Ajit Pai is the kind of guy who has a fun, oversized novelty mug. And he is really proud of it. Because here he is showing it off to a reporter. Here he is showing it off to his Twitter feed. And in his first speech to his staff as commissioner, he said, I'm not walking into my office going about a gallon of coffee each night. Reese's peanut butter texture and starting my day. And he got right. He described his own mug as infamous, which is offensive for two reasons. First, at what point should you be describing your own fun mug aloud in the company of other adults? And second, it's a fucking mug. Calling a mug infamous is like calling your neti pot a real panty dropper. In no context can that be remotely true. But for one of Pai's doofy, hey, I'm just like you guys persona, there are some things about him that you should really know. He's a former lawyer for Verizon, and despite being a smart man, he sure loves to play dumb.
over why ISPs were ever moved to Title II.
For decades before 2015, we had free and open internet. Indeed, the free and open internet developed and flourished under light touch regulation. We weren't living in some digital dystopia before the partisan imposition of a massive plan hatched in Washington saved all of us.
Now, that is true. 2015 was not a digital dystopia for anyone, with the possible exception of pizza rats. Because think about it, the internet put that rat through hell. One cheat day in 3 months of eating paleo, and she never hears the fucking end of it. Oh, that's right, I said she. Hashtag greasy filth monster, hashtag families. But Party's larger argument there is deeply disingenuous because he has to know that Verizon, his ex-employer, won a lawsuit that meant if the FCC... He's a former lawyer for Verizon, and despite being a smart man, he sure lost a plain dumb over why ISPs were ever moved to Title II.
For decades before 2015, we had a free and open internet. Indeed, the free and open internet developed and flourished under light touch regulation. We weren't living in some digital dystopia before the partisan imposition of a massive plan hatched in Washington saved all of us.
Now, that is true. 2015 was not a digital dystopia for anyone, with the possible exception of pizza rats. Because think about it, the internet put that rat through hell. One cheat day, it's 3 months of eating paleo, and she never hears the fucking end of it. I said she. Hashtag greasy filth monster, hashtag families. His larger argument there is deeply disingenuous because he has to know that Verizon, his ex-employer, won a lawsuit that meant if the FCC wanted strong enforceable protection, its only real option was to reclassify the ISPs. And yet he cheerily insists, under questioning, that there was just no evidence the cable companies were engaging in rampant strategy.
Let's just say Comcast created a new TV series, and it just so happened that that competed with a Netflix series very similarly. If these rules go away, how is there not an incredible incentive for Comcast to slow Netflix down from coming into my house and make their video, the Comcast video, very robust? So under that hypothetical, one of the things that's important to remember is that there is a hypothetical, and we don't see evidence of that happening in the marketplace on a widespread level.
But here's the thing, there are multiple examples of ISP fuckery over the years. For instance, a few years back, Verizon, AT&T and T-Mobile at one point shut out Google Wallet from their phones, a product that coincidentally happened to compete with their own mobile payment app. An app, incidentally, that had a significant flaw. It's a little subtle, but see if you can spot it.
Following in the footsteps of PayPal and Google Wallet is a virtual mobile wallet app called Axis.
That is fucking incredible. It's ugly because it means that at some point someone's mom probably sent a text along the lines of, how do I make a payment to ISIS? Love more. P.S. Let me know about parcel. And incidentally, when people complained that they couldn't use Google Wallet, T-Mobile sent out tweets, and this is true, like, we're supporting ISIS. We're really loving ISIS. And we have chosen to work with ISIS and hope to roll that out to everyone very soon. And yet, despite T-Mobile's vocal support for ISIS, which is all you should ever think about now, whenever you hear the word T-Mobile or ISIS for that matter, they're essentially the same thing. Party's main argument is that we don't need Title II to have net neutrality, but some of his ideas for what to have instead are almost laughably lax. For instance, he reportedly floated just having ISPs voluntarily agree not to obstruct or slow consumer access to web content by putting that promise in their terms of service. You know, the things that no human being has ever read, and that can change whenever companies want them to. That idea would basically make net neutrality as binding as a proposal of a bachelor. Vanessa, I have determined you to be marginally better than my friends than Karim, but I reserve the right to change this agreement in the future should ABC ever offer me a spot on Fuckpile Island. And policy other big arguments to remove ISPs from Title II is that it places too great a regulatory burden on companies, and that it's already caused them to scale back their investment in broadband networks.
The economics are simple here. The more heavily you regulate something, the less revenue you're going to get. So, what happened after the FCC imposed Title II? Sure enough, infrastructure investment declines.
Okay, so what he's essentially suggesting there is that as soon as Title II came in, companies said, "Fuck it, investing in infrastructure is way too difficult now, we're not doing it anymore. In fact, pull some of the cable out of the ground, we're going back to the telegraph." But it is worth noting, infrastructure investment is harder to measure than you may think, and Holly's numbers are in dispute. In fact, several companies have gone on the record saying their business has largely been unaffected by Title II. And maybe the best way to gauge Title II's impact is to listen to what cable companies told their own investors, to whom they are legally obligated to tell the truth. So here is what Verizon told its investors in 2014 about what the switch to Title II would mean for them.
I mean, to be real clear, I mean, this does not influence the way we invest. I mean, we're going to continue to invest in our networks and our platforms, both the wireless and wireline FiOS and where we need to. So nothing will influence that.
Okay, so that doesn't really sound like net neutrality was jeopardizing investment at all. Although, to be fair, that was a phone call and it was Verizon, so it's entirely possible that every other word was dropped. The fact is, Title II is the most solid legal foundation we have right now for its strong, enforceable net neutrality protections. So part saying, let's have an open internet without it, it's like me saying, hey, how about you have a gallon of coffee without your stupid fucking mug? Just pour it into your hands and trust that you won't get burnt. And Mr. Chairman, I know you're probably thinking, oh, you're only making fun of my mug because you're jealous of it. To which I would say, why would I be jealous? I'm drinking the blood and sweat of my lungs. Cheers. Net neutrality could be protected by an act of Congress, but I do not particularly trust this or any Congress to get something as complicated as this right, and I definitely would want the current president involved as, and this will not surprise you, he doesn't seem to have any idea what any of this is.
Trump once tweeted back in 2014, Obama's attack on the internet is another top-down power grab. Net neutrality is the fairness doctrine. Will target conservative media.
But that's the exact opposite of what it did. Trump could not have been more off base if he tweeted, net neutrality is the Monroe Doctrine, will target the Wu-Tang Clan. So sadly, it seems once more we the people must take this matter into our own hands. Because the FCC are again going to invite public comment on their website, and conveniently for them, the process is actually getting a lot more complicated this time than it was 3 years ago. You have to go to fcc.gov/lowercase/ECFS/search-proceedings. Then, when you get to this page, put in the proceeding number, which is 17-108. Then hit search, and on the next page, restoring internet freedom should be the only result you see. Click on the link that says Express, and then and only then can you leave your comment. And if you think, well, look, that's just too complicated, I'm not doing it, don't worry, because that's why we bought the URL fccyourself.com. And if you simply go there, it will land you straight to our website. All you have to do is hit Express and comment. Tell me at your point that you specifically support strong net neutrality backed by Title II oversight of ISPs, and every internet group needs to come together like you successfully did 3 years ago. Every subculture must join as one. Gamers, YouTube celebrities, Instagram models, Tom from MySpace if you're still alive. We need all of you, even, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, Donald Trump's internet fans on sites like 4chan and Reddit, the most powerful online trolls of all. This subject is one of the few things that we actually really agree on. So simply express yourselves and harness the rage that you normally reserve for me, the rage that you use when you said I'm genuinely one of the most visually and intellectually repulsive people I've ever seen, with oddly long thumbs, batshit crazy eyes, and a mouth that looks like a cemetery after an earthquake. That's pretty good. Point is, everyone needs to get involved. Comment now, and then maybe comment again once the FCC makes its proposal official. Even call your representative and your senators, and do not tell me that you don't have time to do this. If the internet is evidence of nothing else, it is evidence that we all have way too much time on our hands. And yes, I'm talking to you, everyone who posted May the 4th be with you for Star Wars Day, this and every fucking year. And I'm talking to you, everyone who posted on Facebook about 10 concerts you've seen and one you didn't. And to you, everyone who did it ironically and added a clever joke twist, because, and this is important, you are exactly as bad. Because you cannot say that you are too busy when 540,000 of you commented on Beyonce's pregnancy announcement, and 673 of you took the time to review the Grand Canyon on Yelp. 7 of you gave it a 1-star review. What the fuck is wrong with you? And I'm specifically looking at you, the person on Amazon who gave The Wolf of Wall Street 1 star because, and I quote, there were no wolves in the movie. And it's to you, the little old people who took the time to say they found that review helpful. And finally, I'm looking at the frankly surprising number of people who, for some reason, keep tweeting, choke me daddy at the Pope. You're wasting your time. We're not going to choke you. The optics would be very bad. So come on, I'm calling upon all of you, the internet's time wasters, to join me once more in just 5 to 10 minutes of minor effort. I need you to do this. Once more unto the breach, my friends. So we come to this moment, to the FCC, to preserve neutrality and title truth. Once again, commenters, America needs you to rise, or more accurately, remain seated in front of your computer screen to this occasion. So please, fly my pretties, fly once more. Fly away. We're going to talk about kidney dialysis. And I know that right now you're probably getting ready to push the button on your TV remote and ask, dear God, literally anything else. But I promise you, this is worth listening to, because dialysis is not something that everybody understands. Now just listen to one patient describe a conversation that she had with a neighbour. October last year, just before the presidential election, we reported in quite a bit of detail on one of the worst instances we know of in modern times. And what appeared to be really blunt, really obvious, really racially targeted voter intimidation efforts directed at black voters on a very large scale. They were robocalls. And we first learned about these robocalls going out ahead of the election targeting voters in Detroit, Michigan. We would soon learn that they didn't just go out to black voters in Detroit, they went out to thousands of black voters, tens of thousands of black voters in multiple swing states. Now, I'm going to play the call in question for you because you should know how bad this was, but I'll also just say, for the record, in case it's not obvious, that everything you are about to hear in this call is total bullpucky. None of it is true. This is made-up stuff just designed to try to scare African-American voters into not voting. Periods. Hi, this is Tamika Taylor from Project 1599, a civil rights organization founded by Jack Bergman and Jacob Wool. Mail-in voting sounds great, but did you know that if you vote by mail, your personal information will be part of a public database that will be used by police departments to track down old warrants and be used by credit card companies to collect outstanding debt? The CDC is even pushing to use records for mail-in voting to track people for mandatory vaccines. Don't be steps into giving your private information to the man. Stay safe and beware of vote by mail. Don't give your information to the man. Beware of voting. Now, that call, all of the things made in that call are total horse hockey. That call, a few weeks before the presidential election, had gone out to thousands of registered voters in Detroit, Michigan. That's the first place we found out about it. The Michigan State Attorney General, Dana Nessel, actually came on the show right after her office filed felony charges against the 2 men named at the top of the call. 2 Trump supporter conservative activists who are alleged to be behind that voter intimidation effort. Attorney General Nessel told us on the show that night that her office had worked cooperatively with attorneys general from a
number of different states to track down the perpetrators of that voter intimidation effort and how it was carried out. Again, this thing went out to thousands of black voters in Detroit. It turns out they went out to tens of thousands of black voters in multiple swing states. In the end, it was not just Michigan, but also the state of Ohio that filed felony criminal charges against these two men, Jacob Wall and Jack Portman, for allegedly making those calls. The two were also sued in federal court by real civil rights groups. A group called the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law then asked the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, to please investigate this matter since they regulate telecoms. Now, I don't know if the name of that particular civil rights organization rings a bell for you, but the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law is an esteemed, really accomplished civil rights group. And until not long ago, they were led by a crackerjack attorney with an incredible resume and an incredible record who has like gravitas from here up to the ceiling. They were led until recently by a lawyer named Kristen Clark. I recognize Kristen Clark from having been a guest on this show. Well, Kristen Clark ran the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law until earlier this year. She ended up giving up leadership of that organization when she became President Biden's nominee to run the Civil Rights Division at the United States Department of Justice, which is the position that she now holds. But her group's request from back in the day to the FCC to please investigate these racially targeted, disgusting voter intimidation calls that went out by the tens of thousands. Well, that has now led somewhere quite spectacular. The FCC ended up taking up that complaint and investigating it. They ended up working, interestingly, with the Attorney General from the state of Ohio, one of the attorneys general who pursued this matter. And again, Ohio is one of the states where Jacob Wall and Jack Portman were also facing felony charges related to these calls. But as for the FCC doing anything, nobody had high hopes that
that's a different situation here. If you're buying into a company and devices with knowledge that they've been placed on the FCC's list, that may be a relevant factor.
Do you think that sellers and buyers in the United States can be concerned with purchasing or viewing in this equipment that's on the FCC's list as opposing a national security threat?
Yeah, I think entities should be making decisions cognizant of that FCC determination, and here's why. One reason why we have engaged in this $1 billion effort to reimburse entities that put Huawei here in there is there has been policy determination somewhere along the line that these entities, these small carriers, rural carriers, and other entities that purchased this tier devices did so in good faith. Some of them they consulted with national security entities at the time and didn't hear back about any red flags. So it's a good faith purchase, a good faith investment without knowledge of the national security risks. And that's a different situation here. If you're buying into a company and devices with knowledge that they've been placed on the FCC's list, that may be a relevant factor if the FCC goes down the road and makes additional decisions about rip and replace other components of that deal. We have organic authority, and if we need to go back on a license approval, and I'm not very impressed with it. I guess the FCC doing that. I went a long way on that. So back in 2017, maybe 2018, we first started down this process. We issued a notice of proposed rulemaking and said, let's look at the national security threat posed by Huawei and similar gear. In the initial draft that was circulated at that time, we said we're only going to be looking prospective and not letting new gear in if we find there's a problem. And I said, time out. Once my FC colleague has a look, if we determine that there's a sufficient concern here, we need to put on the table getting that gear that's in the network already out of it. So we did that. We included that in our notice. We saw comment on it. Flash forward to today, and of course we are engaging in a rip and replace process right now with Huawei gears. I mean, that's pretty good precedent that says, if we make the decision that there's sufficient reason to get gear out of the network, then we should take that step. first Canadian prepper here. So I got a message from one of my 675,000 subscribers who happens to be very knowledgeable about what is going on at the Ukraine border. And I want to share that information with you because I do believe it is very important that you know what's right around the corner. So let's get to it. Okay, before we dive into this video, I want to plug my Jay's case once again. I just actually got the case in the mail, so this is the case you get. If you don't know, Jay's case is a way that you can get real deal antibiotics prescribed by a doctor. Super easy for emergency use. It actually says that on the pill bottom. I can't really show you it. Maybe I can for like a second. But I had a post taken down from Instagram of all places because I showed that. Yes, Instagram doesn't like big pharma, well, at least not this kind of big pharma. The emergency antibiotic guide by Jay's cases. You get amoxicillin, azithromycin, ciprofloxacin, doxycycline, and metronidazole. Anthrax, bites, plague, skin infection, tetanus, toenail area, pneumonia, urinary tract infection, traveler's diarrhea, a variety of other uses. Antibiotics can be an absolute lifesaver, and it's what's going to distinguish a truly complete medical kit from the standard advanced first aid kit. If you have this level of medication, then you are ready for whatever SHTF can throw at us. Now, I received an email from somebody who appears to have a different perspective about what's going on in Ukraine, but it seems very informed about the details, the specifics, okay, of the civil conflict that's going on in the Ukraine and how Russia and NATO play into that. Now, I want to say right from the get-go, I'm not saying that this perspective is 100% correct. I'm just saying it's a perspective for you to consider. And while this perspective that this person puts forth appears to be more sympathetic to the Russian cause, I want to make it abundantly clear that this is in no way an excuse for any atrocity which was perpetuated under the Kremlin for the last 100 years. This is not a pro-communistic, pro-Russian piece. However, it is a perspective, so I'm sure that if you took the other side of this coin, then you would find the truth somewhere in the middle. But it's very important that you listen to this because he's basically spelling out what's going to happen next. Now, I don't want to name the person who provided this information to me. If they ask that I do so, I will do that in a future video. So I'm just going to read this to you. It's a little bit long and it's a little bit detailed, but you need to understand what is going on in the ground. And this is all the quotes, okay? What actually happened in 2014 is that Ukraine was being offered an economic cooperation agreement with the EU and a competing offer from Russia. The president, Viktor Yanukovych, was democratically elected.
She claims that they held a gun to her head, ransacked her home, and abused her daughter. Yeah, it's quite a charge for a Baker Tilly house investigation. There's a picture of her and her daughter in the driveway talking to a reporter, and her daughter's got her arm in a sling, but the kind of sling you just go by at the drugstore. Yeah. So this is a guy who lived with their family, and when he's being investigated by the cops, he said that this finger came from our aunt, our deceased.
Usually CJED gets good this time.
And was pro-Russian, having been elected with the help of the Russian majority in the eastern regions in opposition to Ukrainian nationalists in western Ukraine. Okay, so we're seeing age-old East versus West divide, just like what happened in Germany with the Berlin Wall is happening in Ukraine. Yanukovych wanted to sign an agreement with Russia. In the meantime, U.S. neoconservatives with the Obama administration hatched a plan to overthrow Yanukovych, install a Ukrainian nationalist government, Ukrainize the country by restricting the Russian language and Russian culture, and most importantly, drive Russia out of Crimea, where it had a binding agreement with Ukraine to operate its naval base at, I can't pronounce it, Sevastopol. I'm going to get 100 comments on how to pronounce it. Seize the naval base and have Ukraine join the EU and NATO, thus giving NATO the Russian naval base.
okay? When Eastern Ukraine and Crimea learned of the coup in Kiev, they revolted and requested help from Russia. Russia would never allow Ukraine to seize the naval base, so they used forces they had in Crimea to disarm the Ukrainian military there, without a shot being fired, and took control of Crimea. In addition, they sent advisors and equipment to eastern Ukraine to assist the militias being formed to resist the Ukrainian military. In the conflict that followed in 2014 and 2015, stick with me, guys. I know some of you are probably falling asleep, but you gotta stick with me because it's very important, the conclusion that this individual makes, okay? The LDPR forces defeated the Ukrainian military with occasional assistance from Russia cross-border long-range artillery. Okay, so the LDPR forces are the forces within the Ukraine that are Russian-backed. Subsequently, Russia, France, Germany, and Ukraine worked out the Minsk package of measures. These measures required Ukraine to negotiate directly with the LDPR government, not Russia, which is not a party to the internal conflict. Change Ukraine's constitution to give the LDPR autonomy, remove all foreign forces from Ukraine, and other measures. Ukraine signed onto the agreement, and the agreement became a UNSC resolution, binding Ukraine to its implementation. That means United Nations Security Council, okay? Subsequent to 2015, due to the pressure of the current president, Poroshenko, and the then current president, Zelensky, by the right-wing nationalists, Ukraine has failed to implement any of the measures required by the Minsk agreement. There is also considerable pressure on the Ukraine government from the US, CIA, and neocons to continue antagonizing Russia. I really hope nobody comes after me for revealing this information, okay? So Ukraine continued for the last 7 years to conduct repeated violations of the ceasefire, conducting artillery attacks on LDPR villages, cross-border raids to which the LDPR forces responded as necessary, okay? So this is shaping a narrative that Russia is on the defensive here. Now, stick with me. The US CIA and the neocons, having failed in their attempt to use Ukraine against Russia, apparently came up with a new plan. They decided to sacrifice Ukraine in a war with Russia. This would enable the US to demonize Russia further, cut off the EU from Russian energy sources, invigorate NATO, and a variety of other agendas. Just wait, it gets more interesting. So in spring 2021, Ukraine mobilized half its military to the contact line established by the ceasefire agreement. Russia, presumably having a good intelligence network and surveillance inside Ukraine, became aware of the evident intent to retake the LDPR by force. They responded by building up a reaction force near the border of Ukraine. The size and speed with which this was done apparently took Ukraine and the West by surprise, and the attack was postponed. Again, I don't know if any of this is true, but it sounds like this person has done their homework. In the fall, the CIA and the neocons apparently decided to implement a plan to get the war started with or without Ukraine's permission. The details are unclear, but we can see the external effect. First, a propaganda campaign that Russia was intending to invade Ukraine was concocted. According to experts in Russia, Russia has absolutely no desire to occupy Ukraine. Putin has no interest in rebuilding the Soviet Union. According to this person, what Putin and Russia want is to stop the expansion of NATO, which has been proceeding at pace since 1997, despite during the collapse of the Soviet Union that NATO would not expand 1 inch beyond the reunified Germany. This promise has been violated by Clinton and every U.S. president since. Interesting. Russia, seeing what was evidently intended, decided to confront the U.S. over NATO expansion. They put forth 2 security treaties, one for the U.S. and one for NATO, several months ago. They demanded that Ukraine and Georgia not be invited into NATO. Not that the Ukraine can be in any event, because it has an internal conflict which violates NATO protocol for acceptance, not to mention its major economic issues. So what they're saying is, even if Ukraine wanted to enter NATO because of the civil unrest, it wouldn't be able to happen, okay? And the military assets deployed in Poland, Romania, and other former Warsaw Pact states be rolled back, essentially to restore the balance that was there in 1997. The U.S. and NATO have so far refused to consider these security guarantees. Russia has apparently assumed that will be the response from the West. Russia has warned that if not given the required security guarantees, it would take military steps to place the U.S. and NATO at the same degree of risk that the U.S. and NATO has placed Russia in as a result of NATO expansion, specifically strategic weapons installed in Poland and Romania. Now, in terms of Ukraine, Russia is prepared to react to any new Ukraine offensive or provocation against LDPR. This is why it has moved some forces from the military regions inside Russia to areas in European Russia. These forces are not on the border of Ukraine. They are permanent bases within about 120 miles or so from the Ukraine border, from which they can be deployed if necessary. But
just because I arm wrestle bears, start campfires with my feet, and catch.
Most of these are permanent bases that have always been in the military region of Russia. Now, I have seen some satellite shots that kind of contradict this, where there's clearly a build-up in places where there wasn't before, so I can't really attest to the truth of what he's saying here. Anyways, we'll go on. The reason Russia has enhanced its preparations for a potential conflict is undoubtedly because Russian intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, ISR, has informed it that Ukraine continues to prepare for a new offensive on the LDPR. Reports in the last couple of days indicate that Ukraine forces are bringing up heavy artillery and multiple barrel rocket launchers on the contact line, as well as other measures. Observers have noted that the last two times Russia was involved in conflicts was during an Olympics in 2008. Georgia attacked two breakaway republics during the Sochi Olympics, and the 2014 Maidan crisis occurred during the previous Beijing Olympics. This suggests that a new, I don't know if the Olympics were in Beijing in 2014. Okay, I think they might have got those reversed. I think Sochi in 2000. Anyways, I can't remember. This suggests that a new Ukraine offensive on the LDPR may be intended during the February Beijing Olympics. This is why Russia is taking steps to prepare for that eventuality. In addition, note that there are 9 or 10, depending on who's counting, NATO military exercises on Ukraine soil intended to begin in February and continue in stages for much of the year. These exercises are twice the size of the ones held in 2021, totaling 64,000 NATO troops, hundreds of aircraft and ships. It is expected by observers that these exercises may be intended to act as a cover for or even participate in another Ukraine assault on the LDPR, or at least to complicate a Russian response if such an offensive occurs. This is the real risk of NATO involvement in a Ukraine-Russia conflict. Neither NATO nor the U.S. conventional forces currently stationed in Europe are any significant threat to Russian forces, according to a number of military analysts. Some 14 war games conducted by NATO and the U.S. over the last several years have always resulted in a Russian win. This is why it is unlikely that NATO or the U.S. will directly intervene in a Ukraine-Russian conflict. This reduces the probability of WW3 occurring if a conflict occurs. However, anything is possible, of course, so it would behoove NATO and the U.S. to refrain from assisting Ukraine directly in a conflict. Fortunately, there is considerable evidence that several major NATO nations, France and Germany in particular, are not interested in doing so. They are not even interested in implementing the U.S. sanctions being talked about, as most of the sanctions will cause major economic damage to the EU and possible blowback to the U.S. economy as well. This individual provides a few links to a couple of YouTubers that I'll post in the description. Again, if you don't know, the LDPR is the Liberal Democratic Party of Russia. Okay, they're considered far-right populists. I don't know anything about them, so I'm not going to begin to speculate. You can go into your own research on that. I just thought it was important in order to understand this information fog of war that we're in, that we're really trying to get a handle on both perspectives here, because it's very easy to just presume that one side is an evil boogeyman who wants to conquer the world, and our side is just full of innocent people who want to defend ourselves. Now, I think that, again, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, but I hope this sheds a bit of light and an alternative viewpoint. Now, again, I don't think this is necessarily saying that one side is bad or one side is good. It's basically just saying that whether it's NATO or the former Soviet states that are still kind of under the auspices of Russian control, they both want their national security. Okay, and this is now at loggerheads, and of course, there's a potential conflict ensuing. It sounds like that the Ukraine, by this person's analysis, will be some kind of proxy sandbox for a war. Now, you can hear the clear language with the Biden administration that they don't want World War III. Okay, so they want to kind of keep their troops in the neighbor's house while Ukraine's getting home invaded, according to this. It's the other way around. So that basically Ukraine is being used as a proxy to try to undermine the Russian hegemony in that part of the world. Is that true? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Don't shoot the messenger. That's all I am. You guys take care, stay safe, and don't forget to get your J's case, get your meds, get your antibiotics. This is a service which is, I think, a game changer for preppers and survivalists. Don't forget, use the coupon code Canadian Prepper to get $20 off until February 10th. And after that blue sale is put. So go check it out. Stay prepped, stay ready. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comment section below. Thanks for watching Canadian Prepper Up.
Chez nous, ça arrive davantage qu'on s'est spécialisé
Huh.
niché dans les photomontages. Comme le fait moderne,
The article I just read is archived on this page.
spécifique en les enligne vers le produit qui pourrait
In references.
à obtenir le massage public. Ça nous permet de voir qu'est-ce que les technologies, les nouvelles technologies nous offrent présentement. On a l'avantage avec nos fauteuils de massage de se masser de la tête aux pieds. Et puis, ce sont des fauteuils de très grande qualité. Ce pas des fauteuils, si vous avez essayé déjà des fauteuils de massage dans le passé, la technologie a beaucoup évolué pour le quotidien. On ne va pas se faire masser tous les jours parce que ça peut être trop cher. On va se faire masser et on peut se faire masser tous les jours. Donc, l'achat d'un fauteuil de massage, c'est pas l'achat de stock Internet. Même si les pages Internet sont belles, qui donnent des belles explications, c'est quand même assez vendeur, tu aurais peut-être le goût d'acheter. Il y a bien des inconvénients qui vont arriver qui font finalement le fauteuil ne se fait pas. En prenant un rendez-vous, on va vous sélectionner des fauteuils que
cost the economy $11 billion, according to a report today from the Congressional Budget Office. The agency expects that free debate of that won't ever be recovered, even after workers declare back pay. But it's more than half the amount that President Trump wants for his wall. But his economic advisor says it's small change.
In a $20 trillion economy, it's awfully hard to make even the best guesstimates of those kinds of small fractions of numbers. That's what you're looking at here. Let's see how it rolls out.
Press Secretary Sarah Sanders says if the congressional committee doesn't reach a deal before February 15th, her boss will take action.
If they don't come back with a deal, that means Democrats get virtually nothing. That will make the president force him to have to take executive action.
Otherwise, the government will just shut down again, adding to the uncertainty for the 800,000 federal employees who finally went back to work this week.
So, hi there, how are you? Welcome back. Good morning. Welcome back. You too, thanks. Hi.
Thank you. This is what it looks like to come back from a 35-day unpaid forced vacation.
Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you.
During the shutdown.
With 5 million robocalls in the United States last month, the agency shut down its oversight of robocalls. We also stopped our work on trying to get broadband to rural areas.
Jessica Rosen-Wolfsall is one of the board commissioners of the FCC. She and her fellow commissioners, along with Chairman Ajit Pai, seen here nervously breathing employees, run the agency. How do you go through the backlog while also moving forward?
You know, it's a good question. We've never had a shutdown this long, so we're still trying to figure out how to get the right hierarchy of what we do first, what we do next.
So you don't know how far underwater you are.
We're kind of figuring it out in real time. Here we go.
The SEC has about 1,400 employees, and most of them were deemed non-essential during the shutdown.
1,543 employees. Right? There's so many. There's so many.
During the shutdown, the SEC was able to continue its planned 28 gigahertz spectrum auction, but they were not able to take on many of their regulatory functions.
I am so excited to bounce ideas off of you. But the first thing I want to do is list out my long and semi-tedious list of all the things we've been doing during shutdown that I've been thinking about and might need some help from all of us. Congress, start reaching out. We had this shutdown, we had some deadlines, we were changing some deadlines. Where does that all stand? And then the questions as we head into the February meeting. Does anyone know what it is? Anything else? And just all come with your emails.
Password. My work phone is like to call IT. And you asked us to log in during the shutdown to check what's going on. And I took their word for it. I didn't do it. What was the shutdown like? It's, you know, it's obviously a big deal. Like, half the salary in his house was gone. You know, we have 2 young kids. And you're not even sure what exactly you're doing. All I know is what the president said last week, where he said, hey, quickly.
FCC staff will be advocating for the trying to do for all government contract workers who have these FCC cafeteria employees don't. There's often 7 check, about 7 check, yeah, 1 check, charge 35 state level charge. It's 7 rates where you're able to find a way to make any money. I find a way to borrow money. Yeah. Contract workers may still be in jeopardy, but if the government can shut down again in 3 weeks, will the agency do anything to prevent potential another shutdown?
If we really want to get big and bold things done, we're going to have to figure out a way to make this work without shutting down. But I don't want to spend my time prepping for shutdowns and then preparing to get back up and running. That's a bad use of government resources.
The FCC regulates broadband broadcast TV and radio stuff that you'll pick up with an antenna. That'll regulate magazines, newspapers, the internet, not cable or pay TV like Shelter. At least not yet. However, on March 11th, 2004, the FCC said someday, maybe in the future, when they get the okay from Congress, they're going to go after cable. Jefferson said, the government big enough to supply everything you need is big enough to take everything you have. The course of history shows us owns liberty. Rationalization of the FCC to control TV stations. The argument was they were radio gamers, so you could avoid anything you didn't want to see, but radio was limited. That's our top today. Let's do it. Radio stations or newspapers. As long as we can change the station and we can, there is no reason for the FCC to have any control whatsoever over the content of the radio and TV. Remember, they're all appointed. We didn't even vote for that. What do the people out there say? We called the FCC and asked to speak to someone, anyone, about this new censorship. They said, no. I guess all of us watching are important enough taxpayers to bother answering. When I say mango, you say Google. The effects of the pandemic can be felt by anyone, anywhere. So we've made free mental health and substance use support accessible from everywhere, no matter where you are, what you're feeling. Get help here. A message from the Government of Canada. Hi, this is Pat Gillette on the Pandemic Channel. I'll be answering your questions from Twitter. This is Patrick's Report. Magicians are not supposed to reveal their secrets. How they get the magicians into secret control. We could not agree more. We don't throw down on the magic circle and the magic castle for giving away major secrets. Giving away major secrets, or rather not giving away major secrets, is not a moral. It's a conflict.
Okay, so at first they were starting to speak some truth and some honest, real life problems. And they were like, we got emails from our boss, and they kept getting in trouble. So they just started speaking ones that was garbage, not. And we're back. Cool. Okay. Hmm. Yes, that's bad. No, that's okay. No, I'll fix this in like 2 seconds. I'll show you how to fix in 2 seconds. is actually kind of amazing. It's like fucking $20 or so. They ask you to bring your stuff to the cash while you continue shopping. Tell them. And the things I should use first. Fucking break up no rashes. It's synthetic. Watch how amazing this is. If you're gonna go cheap and buy fucking pharmacy shit, might as well fucking buy the expensive pharmacy shit. It's fucking annoying. And stupid. I waste my life and money. I would stop wearing makeup fucking years ago. At least fucking smoking cigarettes and paying to die. And I fucking know it. At least I get a fucking kick out of it. Fucking makeup. I just get pain, skin reactions. Because I'm putting fucking silicone into my body via my pores. It's fucking dumb as shit. But some of us are born pretty, and some of us try a little harder. Screen. Yeah, we're good. Now we're good. Because my mother will just literally break down and die. So I'm not remember all that. But I'll at least cover that.
What's your open experience?
And we're live. Welcome aboard, Jessica Rosen-Warsel. Did I do it?
You did.
I was so nervous about that. And Eddie Wong, of course, he's been on the podcast many times.
#1 podcast in the world.
Oh, thank you.
JRE.
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm chilling, man. I'm good. I wanted to introduce you to the homie, the commissioner from the FCC, Jessica Rosen-Warsel, because things are bad for the internet right now.
Well, you are very concerned, and a lot of people are, about net neutrality, and we all have some questions about it, and we're excited to talk to you about it. So maybe we could illuminate some of the issues and give us an understanding, or try to help us understand what's at stake here, and why are people so concerned?
Well, I think people are concerned because the future of the internet's the future of everything.
Yes.
I mean, every aspect of our lives is now touched by that connectivity. And it's a funny thing, but the agency where I work in Washington, the Federal Communications Commission, has enormous power and control over our internet experience. And for decades, we've had these policies that have been all about internet openness. And what that means is you can go where you want, do what you want online, and your broadband provider can't get in the way or prevent you from looking at some websites or looking at some videos or setting up some businesses. But that changed last month in Washington when the FCC, over my objections, voted to end net neutrality. And as a result, all of our broadband providers now have the legal right to block websites, to throttle content, and to set up sweetheart paid for prioritization deals. And over the long haul, that could really change the internet and the web as we know it.
Now, one of the arguments pro net neutrality, one of the arguments for people that were excited about this being signed, where they were saying that net neutrality was really only over the last couple of years. And before the last couple of years, net neutrality as we know it, the last couple of years, everything was fine. And that it'll continue to be fine, and that people are just panicked. And there was that really bizarre video that one dude made where he was saying, these are all the things you're going to be able to do. You work with that cat?
Les moments de silence sont les plus révélateurs. Et il y a des moments où vous dictez le rythme.
I do.
Archie Pie.
Yeah, he seems like an odd fella.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's a smart guy. He's a seasoned lawyer. I think it's fair to say he and I see the world a little differently.
Yeah, so he sees this through the eyes of big business, right? He thinks that this is the free market, let the market decide, and that's what the argument. I mean, I've even heard Mark Cuban was arguing against it, so I was like, wow, this is stunning.
Yeah, for me, the net neutrality thing is huge because when I was in law school, I read this one book called Fighting for Air, and it documented like the Telecommunications Act of 97. It's like boring stuff, right? Don't go read the Telecommunications Act of 97. But like radio mattered to me. Remember, like growing up with the radio, like I remember they would actually break records on the radio back in the day. Like Funk Flex still does it on Hot 97. He'll break records. He broke my boy Old Drew's record the other day. But like recently, it's like Clear Channel, iHeartRadio. They own all the radio stations, and it really sterilized content. And they play the same songs every hour in every city, almost around the world. And when I read that book and I went to law school, I realized, I was like, yo, it was because of the deregulation of radio that allowed for all these local independent radio stations in every city that were repping local culture and state culture that kind of eroded that means of communication. And I was like, this happens to every single industry we have, whether it's radio, television, but now it's coming for the internet. And by deregulating it, you're going to gut it again. And, you know, like when technology started popping and podcasts came around, I mean, that's what enabled JRE. And that's why my first place to go was like, I'm going to come see Joe. Because you were one of the innovators with this new technology.
Well, thanks. But I think what people are super concerned about is things getting blocked, right? That's like one of the first ones.
Yes.
Is that something that we legitimately have to worry about?
This is a good question. Here's what I know. Right now, your broadband provider has the technical ability to block content and websites. It's got the business incentive to block or slow access to some websites if they don't have a special commercial relationship with them. And now the FCC just gave them the legal green light. Just go ahead. And so I feel over time, this is something we need to be concerned about. And so this open platform that was full of independent voices, now you've got this new gatekeeper, your broadband provider. They've got a lot more power than what they used to.
How close was the vote?
It was 3-2.
And what's the argument for this?
Well, that's fair. I think there's an argument that you want government out of the way. Deregulation is going to lead to more competition, and we'll have a flourishing of new ideas and content if we just move government out of the way. And even if you're sympathetic to that argument, here's where I think it breaks down. According to the FCC's own data, half of the households in this country don't have a choice in broadband provider. I'm familiar with this. I'm one of them. I only have one provider that serves my house. So the thing is, if your broadband provider started blocking your content or throttling your access to some video, in a competitive market, you'd take your business somewhere else. But about half of our households don't even have that opportunity. So to me, the idea that the competitive market will prevent this behavior just doesn't fly.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to make sense. And that's an issue in my neighborhood as well, and a lot of other people I know as well. I mean, I think they make deals where only one company, whether it's Verizon or whatever, has an area.
Yeah, they monopolize the areas. Yeah. They limit the opportunities and choices. And when they say deregulation, it just, anytime they deregulate things, they say, hey, we're going to leave it to the market and have competition. I think it's impossible to have that when you have a country with such an income inequality gap. Right? That's the problem, is that, all right, let's all go compete. Joe, you're not going to start a Verizon. I'm not going to start a Verizon. Right. You know what I mean? Like, we can't compete with these dudes. And even Comcast can't even compete with Verizon. Like, you know, these dudes are all getting smashed. So there is not actual competition. I think deregulation works when you have multiple players and options, and that the market actually can come into play. But with the economy so top heavy right now, I don't think there is a possibility of competition.
Yeah, I mean, listen, competition is the best regulator we know, right? We want there to be these markets where consumers have lots and lots of choices. But if competition isn't existing, you need a little oversight to make sure that every consumer gets a fair shot.
Well, it seems like that's where the real argument lies, that if there are monopolies, and there seem to be in certain areas in regards to what kind of internet access you can get, that if you don't have regulation then what is going to protect the consumer? What is going to protect free speech? What's going to protect, say if you are on Verizon and your system is on Verizon, what if you decide to make a podcast that criticizes Verizon and everybody says, you know, hey, Eddie Wong's got a podcast criticizing us. I want to shut that down. And they could just...
I would have been shut down a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they would do that, but they could.
Yeah. And that's what's scary.
That's not good.
And you know, so much of our speech these days, it doesn't take place in public places. It takes place on these private platforms.
Right.
So they have a lot of power. And we have to think about that as a country and a democracy. How much openness do we want? And then how do we create a framework in Washington that supports that openness? And that's really, to me, what net neutrality was about.
The other question I have is, right, let's say, let's say a service provider buys Hulu, right? Or they create their own streaming platform called like Zulu, right? So they start Zulu. They could start to charge Netflix more money for using their service. They could charge Hulu more money. They could charge, Beats more money, whatever, so that they have an advantage for their own streaming services. And in that way, they can culturally control content.
And you're so right. And what happens is you as a consumer, you just get online and you might not even notice, right? You might not even notice they're taking you to the video content that they have a special pay-for relationship with. I think, though, the biggest harm is to entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
Because right now, look, you have a good idea, you got a business, a service, you can go online, and you can almost instantly have global reach. That's amazing. But now you're going to have to figure out, is your broadband provider instead going to shuffle off all your traffic to someone else who's paying them on the side? Are you going to have a fair shot to show your wares and your ideas to the world? It's harder.
Because I start thinking like a bad 1%er dude, and I'm like, all right, if there's no net neutrality and I'm the only person that can service Calabasas, California, Woodland Hills, California, well, I'm going to charge all the other streaming providers more money to use this, and I'm going to create a competitor in every single one of these sectors. So you can have an advantage if you have your show with me, and if you're on the other one, I'm going to disadvantage you. I'm going to tax you, basically.
So right now, these are concerns, and there's nothing that's actually happening yet. This ruling was just passed.
That's right.
Are there any plans in place for things that we should be concerned with? And is there anything that we can do about this current ruling?
Yes, there's loads, because I'm not giving up in the fight for net neutrality. I don't want you to either. We got a few different pathways ahead. First, in Congress right now, they are trying to get rid of what just happened at the FCC. They're trying to use this law called the Congressional Review Act that in effect just undid everything that the FCC just did. So it's a way to wipe out what just happened. And while the odds are long, there's more than 40 United States senators who have sponsored that law. And in the House side, there's more than 80 members of the House of Representatives. So there's momentum growing in Congress to take a look at this issue and maybe fix what the FCC did. And if you're sitting out there and thinking they're not listening to you, what you should do is something totally old-fashioned. You should pick up the phone, call your members of Congress and your representatives, and let them know you care about this issue.
I would love to.
Still today, it's one of the most powerful ways of conveying your opinion to those who represent you.
When is the vote happening on that?
It is not yet scheduled. I think it's going to happen first in the United States Senate and later in the House. I also think we are going to have litigation. We've already got a few states' attorneys general who want to sue to overturn this. We've got some big companies, some public interest groups. So I think it's fair to say we're going to court. And then we're also seeing activity in state houses. And that we've seen net neutrality legislation introduced in Nebraska, Nevada, Washington State, Massachusetts, California, lots of places. And I'm not sure how that all comes together legally, but what you see is this momentum growing. But people are not happy with what Washington just did.
The thing that I'm worried about with the state's laws, right? So just to lay it out for the listeners, right? The government will pass the federal law, but then states have their own rights to regulate certain things. Let's say we use marijuana laws as an example, because recently a lot of states passed legal marijuana laws, right? But then Trump gave people the power to enforce federal laws about marijuana more stringently, right? He was telling the federal government, hey, enforce our federal marijuana laws.
It's really Jeff Sessions, right?
His goon. Yeah, his goon is doing that. But so how would federalism work if states started to pass their own net neutrality laws versus the FCC commission ruling?
Yeah, those are hard questions. I mean, they go right to the Constitution. What's interstate? What's within the state's authority? But I'm just standing back and seeing really just a lot of energy on this issue. There's nothing else that I've worked on in Washington where this immediately state houses decided to put pen to paper and introduce legislation. And I think that momentum is what's really exciting here.
So I looked up FCC understanding it was church live streams and live instructions about that.
A very wise man once said, "If you ain't first, you last." Last week, I uploaded a video about what will actually happen if you talk on the wrong type of radio. For example, if you use one of these on GMRS, or if you simply talk to your friends on ham or GMRS without the proper license. And my answer to those questions was, based on the FCC's track record of the last few years, nothing will happen. Now, some people were very angry after watching that video, and many left comments as if their entire world had crumbled apart around them. Most of those comments were over 10 paragraphs long, and almost all of them started with the sentence, "I've been a ham radio operator for over 20 years, and many included a list of all the fancy and expensive ham radios they own, I guess so we can all see that they're really experts." Most of those comments included more Kaiser Sose stories of the FCC putting people in jail or imposing large fines for someone simply using the wrong type of radio on GMRS or talking to their friends on GMRS or ham radio without a license. And as I predicted in that video, many people left comments telling me how wrong I was. It takes a big man to admit when they're wrong. And I am here to admit, to say publicly that yes,
Canadians. Some think hockey, beaver, and snow. But do we see the whole picture? Hear the story of Canada. The first Europeans who reached the coast of present-day Leo Vegas presents an exclusive selection of blackjack tables for every move. Now streamed live from our very own exclusive studio. From standard tables.
President Biden's new FCC nominee is being hailed by the White House as a leading advocate for open, affordable, and democratic communications networks. But is that just code for media censor?
Here to react, Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, her name is Gigi Sohn. How petrified should every American be about her nomination?
Well, let's read back Gigi Sohn's own words. This is what she just had to say in 2020. Quote, I believe that Fox News has had the most negative impact on our democracy. It's state-sponsored propaganda with few, if any, opposing viewpoints. Where's the hearing about that? Sohn also questioned Sinclair Broadcasting's, quote, fitness to be a broadcast licensee, unquote. In other words, she will go after the licenses of Fox News, of Sinclair, of anybody who disagrees with the Biden administration. Pyongyang couldn't draw it up any better. She cannot be confirmed because the FCC cannot be weaponized to squash free speech and viewpoints that the Biden administration just happens to disagree with. And it's up to moderate Democrats to ensure that does not happen. That hearing starts, I believe, about in a week or so. We all should be paying attention to that because this could be Mr. Biden's most dangerous nominee yet.
Well, Lindsey Graham agrees with you. He released a statement saying Gigi Sohn is a complete political ideologue who has disdain for conservatives. She would be a complete nightmare for the country when it comes to regulating the public airwaves. I will do everything in my power to convince colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reject this extreme nominee. But in this political climate, Joe, can somebody like Senator Lindsey Graham convince the other side of the aisle to agree with him?
It's very difficult, right? It won't take too many Democrats, though, to tip the scales, obviously, particularly when we're talking about a 50-50 Senate. So, again, you bring up the names, Manchin, Sinema, that's about it. But you would hope that they would say, all right, this is a bridge too far, and we have to put a stop to this because, again, this is somebody in Gigi Sohn who wants to stop what some people want to say on the airwaves, and that's not the role of the FCC.
I don't think she's going to be invited to conscious
Thanksgiving,
regardless
Twitter.
of white meat.
It's always Twitter with these nominees that gets them in trouble.
Meantime, John Durham has nuked the Steele dossier credibility, but news outlets that push it are not rushing to issue corrections. Joe, this is the pattern. Report something that isn't true and then not walk it back. How dangerous is that when the press doesn't do its job and then reports it to the masses?
What's the old saying that a lie can go halfway around the world before the truth can get its pants on? And then now with social media, a lie can go 1 billion times around the world before the truth can get its pants on.
Oh my fucking god. I swear you guys do it on purpose.
Hello, I'm from the FCC. We know you love the internet. That's why we've been working hard to fuck it up and replace it with a new online experience, the Shitternet. To bring you the Shitternet, we're getting rid of the fundamental thing that makes the net awesome. No, not porn. Net neutrality. It's what made the net truly free and open, giving a voice to the silence. And sparking innovation, education,
From the very best literature, music, technology, science, culture the world's ever seen.
In short, it's what made the net the most empowering, liberating force in human history, which is why we want to kill it, so broadband providers can replace it with a two-tiered Shitternet, with a fast lane for stuff they want you to see, and slow-ass speeds and extra fees for stuff they don't. In other words, a steaming pile of shit like cable TV. Shitternet, where the only news you'll see is this, which coincidentally is owned by them, who'll make you do this to access your favorite sites, where these companies steaming pile of shit like cable TV. Shitternet, where the only news you'll see is this, which coincidentally is owned by them. Who'll make you do this to access your favorite sites, where these companies will dominate the net even more, and where if your ISP doesn't like what you say, you might end up seeing this. But don't worry, if you don't like it, you can always choose a different provider. We know most of you only have one option of ISP, so your only choice will be shitter-net or no internet. It's all part of our mafia policy to let the people we work for, not you, these people, monopolize the internet and reverse the course of human evolution. Shitter-net! The only thing standing between you and this fucked up dystopian nightmare is Congress, which is why, unless you get on the phone to them right now, on December 14, we'll be voting to kill net neutrality, and with it, the internet you love. Fortunately for us, you're all too busy fighting each other to come together and stop this bullshit, which will screw not just you, but everyone on the planet, including future generations who may never know a free and open internet. Welcome to the Shitternet, because an informed, empowered humanity isn't good for our shareholders. Authorized by Verizon, the Federal Communications Commission.
Les moments de silence sont les plus révélateurs. Et il y a des moments où vous dictez le
Bonjour, I'm from the European Union. Do you love the internet? Isn't it a total maze? Oh, look at that doggo. And the kids learning on Wikipedia. What about sharing the memes? You like that, hey? Well, fuck you then, because we're about to replace the internet with a brand new experience. The Filternet. To bring you the Filternet, we've introduced Article 13 into the copyright reform legislation about to be voted on in the European Parliament. If passed, we will install a filter to scan all content for possible copyright violations before you can upload it online. Experts warn this could bring down the whole internet as we know it. But hey, if it makes our friends richer, I think that's a fair price to pay. Filternet. Meet our friendly new AI filter, or Phil for short. Phil is a dumb motherfucker who cannot distinguish actual copyright infringements from legitimate content, such as commentary, criticism, or parody. Which means if you're a YouTuber trying to commentate the news, or parody a song, or a shitposter trying to keep the internet weird, Phil will be like, this fuck shit will be particularly annoying for anyone working on collaborative projects like Wikipedia and GitLab, which Phil will go full Infinity War on. Oh, and Phil is very expensive, so startups will find it hard to comply with Article 13, and the internet will be even more dominated by these guys. Our friends in the US have already helped us to bring this about by killing net neutrality and replacing their internet with the shitternet. So now it's time to destroy Europe's internet with Filternet. The best thing about Phil is that he can be reprogrammed to filter not just copyright violations, but other things too. You know, like whatever we don't like, which means unless you call your MEPs and stop them from passing Article 13, we'll be building a censorship apparatus that will fart in the general direction of free speech. Filternet. Because here at the European Union, we love uniting people, and Article 13 is bringing everyone together from the left and the right to stop us from fucking the internet. Filternet. Authorized by the Ministry of No Memes.
The country of Turkmenistan, and specifically its president, Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov. That is not to be confused with the Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov that you went to high school with, or the one that was dating Taylor Swift over the summer. No, we're talking about this Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov. He's actually been in the news a bit recently after rumors circulated that he died, something his government pushed back on hard. First, insisting that he was merely on vacation, then releasing a 25-minute video to state TV showing everything he was supposedly doing, from bowling to working out with his friends to this.
As we know, our dear leader is very skillful in controlling a sports car. He rode his powerful off-road car around the crater and demonstrated his high professional driving skills.
Well, count me convinced. That guy
is clearly alive and well. You can't do donuts around a flaming pit if you're dead. Think about all the people who are dead right now. Babe Ruth, Galileo, Marlon Brando, Mother Teresa, the original Paul McCartney. Do you see any of them doing donuts around fire pits? Of course you don't. You have to be alive. Now, if Bernie McHamilton looks a bit familiar at all to you, we've actually mentioned him before on this show during our segments on authoritarian governments last year, when we showed you this clip of him being a literal strongman.
Smile Direct Club gets you a straighter, brighter, cleaner smile. Smile Direct Club.
Over the past few days, there's been a lot of talk and headline comments regarding a supposed move by the FCC to ban DJI products from the US. Today, I'll be explaining what is actually happening and separating the headlines from fact. Hey everyone, my name is Sean and welcome to Geeks Nana. Here you will find lots of content, news headlines, fun live streams, all focused on the world of drones and tech. If this is something which might be of interest to you, hit the subscribe button to see more of our videos. Now, I'm interested to hear what you guys think about this story. This is very much a community story, one which we all will have our different opinions on. Let me know those opinions in the comments below. I read every single one and often reply to them. Today's video is going to focus purely on the facts of the situation. I have no political axe to wield, and I seek only to highlight what is actually happening. Now, to explain properly and clearly, there are three separate sections we need to grapple with, so please bear with me whilst we achieve this. The first section is to look at the mechanism of the FCC covered list. Then we need to discuss the legislation which has now passed Congress and how that changes things. Then we need to be able to deal with the Twitter post and media releases of FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr. Okay, first up, let us take a brief look at what the so-called covered list actually is and what it means to be on there at the moment. For this, we're going to turn to the FCC public safety posting on their website. So this page within the FCC website is titled Protecting Against National Security Threats to the Communication Supply Chain through FCC Programs. It reads, the Federal Communications Commission was created for many reasons, including the purpose of national defence and promoting safety of life and property through the use of wire and radio communication. The Commission has taken a number of actions to protect the national security of the United States, or the security and safety of United States persons, and the integrity of communications networks or the communication supply chain. The Commission also has implemented the Secure and Trusted Communications Network Act of 2019. The list of covered equipment and services, Section 15002 of the Commission's rules, directs the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau to publish a list of communications equipment and services, the so-called covered list, that are deemed to pose an unacceptable risk to national security of the United States or the security and safety of United States persons, based exclusively on any of the four sources for such determination, and that such equipment or service possess certain capabilities as enumerated in Section 2A of the Secure and Trusted Communication Network Act of 2019. And if we go one page deeper in, we then have the list of equipment of services covered by Section 2 of the Secure Network Act. We then have below here, which is the actual covered list. So at the moment, Huawei Technologies, ZTE Corporation, Hytera Communications Corporation, Hangzhou Network Act. We then have below...
Anything from Hawaii.
Okay, which is the actual covered list. So at the moment, Huawei
ZTE
Technologies, ZTE Corporation, Hytera Communications Corporation, Hangzhou Hikvision, the digital technology company, and the Dahu Technology Company. And you can see here the dates that these were put onto what is a very new covered list. So a company placed on this list is identified as being a potential danger to the networks the FCC oversee. It means that federal dollars cannot be spent on these companies. At the moment, DJI is not on this list. Now, an issue which was raised some time ago relates to the fact that companies on this list can still sell their products to the US public, something seen by many as a loophole and not the intention behind placing the company on the FCC covered list. I'll place links to the action which has been taken to close this so-called loophole in the description with a host of information to help us all understand the situation. Senator Marco Rubio issued this release back in May of this year, and this will help us understand things a little bit more clearly. So again, this is May 24th, 2021, long before the recent DJI FCC ban type headlines and comments have been hitting the forums and social media. And with this, they are confirming that the Secure Equipment Act of 2021 was put forward to direct the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, to clarify it will no longer review or approve applications from companies on the Commission's covered list. The bill would prevent further integration and sales of Huawei, ZTE, Hytera, Hikvision, and Duha products, all Chinese state-backed or directed firms in the US, regardless of whether federal funds are involved. So, as I was just reading to you there, that is confirming that the Secure Equipment Act of 2021 would be introduced to the legislation process and would seek to expand the ban from federal cash being spent on products of companies on the cover list to preventing even private households from purchasing goods from the company by, amongst other things, preventing FCC approval. So these FCC filings that we see for different products, etc., tech products, before they come out, those approvals would no longer be given, so therefore that product would not be able to be sold within the United States. The bipartisan bill has actually been progressing well, with the House recently approving multiple bills relating to it. Let's take a look at a recent article from The Hill. I chose this publication as it is rated neutral in terms of party lines by allsides.com. So let's take a look at this. So as it says, House passes bill to secure telecommunications infrastructure. The House on Wednesday approved multiple bipartisan bills aimed at securing US telecommunications systems against foreign interference, in particular against threats from China. So it basically goes on to talk about the bill, which has now been approved by the House by a vote of 420 to 4, and would require the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, to take steps to block authorization of products from companies on the agency's covered list. Very like what we had before. So this has now passed through Congress. So this side of it, this part of it, the covered list becoming something a little bit more serious, is actually something which does seem to be happening. And as it says at the bottom here, all three bills now move to the Senate for consideration. So that was the fact behind what is actually happening in terms of the FCC covered list and the moves to strengthen what was a ban on federal dollars being spent, to also now include banning such companies to the general public, in part by withholding FCC approval of their products. Now, there is one major element that's missing here, of course, the three letters DJI. So where do they enter into this situation? For this, we need to head back to the FCC and start off by explaining their leadership. You can see it is made up of an acting chair and 3 commissioners. One of these commissioners, Brendan Carr, recently issued a wave of public releases at a media event. The vast majority of us found out about this via his Twitter posts. Let's take a look at these, shall we? So here you can see this post which was put out by Brendan Carr, who is one of the FCC commissioners. New. Today I called for commencing the process.
Hi, thanks for joining us today at Compliance Testing. This is our second podcast of the year, and today we'll be covering the FCC approval process and regulatory test labs. Joining me today is Matt, who is our Director of Emerging Markets. Matt, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you do here at CT or Compliance Testing?
Sure. I mean, it's pretty easy. My role is to make sure that the clients are seeing a seamless, efficient experience when they come in with a product that is almost ready to go to market, but has to tackle those remaining hurdles, the regulatory hurdles before they're ready to get started marketing the product. So everything I do is based on making sure the product gets through quickly and efficiently.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us today, Matt. We at CT are an ISO 17025 and ISO 17065 test, measurement, and certification lab. We're based out in Phoenix, Arizona, which is exploding in emerging tech, manufacturing, a lot of activity here, so it's a fun time to be in the Valley. And we do testing for the FCC, Canada, EU, and many organizations. So our objectives today, we're going to cover what type of devices need the FCC.
Oh my god. Wait.
There's only so much the government can or even should do, is the SEC chairman, Ajit Pai. Mr. Chairman, very good to have you. Great to be with you, Neil. Thanks. You know, I know you said by and large, the FCC, outside of our indecency rules, we don't get into the business of regulating content. But you can regulate or at least police offensive comment, can't you, for the broadcast airways versus, let's say, cable? So we haven't yet had a chance to look at the clip. I've been a little busy, as you might be aware, but if we do get complaints, then we will take a look at the facts that are alleged and apply the law.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
This is television station CHCH-TV, owned and operated by Niagara Television Limited. CHCH-TV transmits on Channel 11 by authority of the Department of Communications, Ottawa. Our transmission antenna on the Niagara Escarpment towers 1,500 feet above Lake Ontario. We provide television service to millions of Canadians throughout Southern Ontario. This concludes our television activities for another day. We invite you to join us again tomorrow.
The Federal Communications Commission is warning you they are listening to radios for evidence of coordinated illegal activity. The FCC issued this warning to ham radio operators and anyone who's using personal radios like walkie-talkies. The Bureau says it became aware of online discussions suggesting the use of radio services during these protests. The warning says both explicit messages that facilitate a criminal act and messages encoded for the purpose of obscuring their meaning are prohibited.
A distinguished career in both the private and the public sector. He served as chairman of the Federal Communications Commission from January to Office of Economics and Analytics. So that
it is as if this commission has intentionally gone after vulnerable Americans. The commission is proposing to cut off support to connect schools and libraries, rural health care, broadband deployment, and support for low-income Americans by capping the Universal Service Fund. This is shameful, and it preys on Americans that need our help. And if these failures weren't bad enough, the FCC's actions, or lack thereof, have put the American people in danger. We're increasingly experiencing hurricanes and wildfires, but the commission is all talk and no action in the wake of these disasters. I've repeatedly asked this FCC to take steps to improve the wireless network resiliency cooperative framework, but nothing happens. And finally, the ongoing Government Accountability Office investigation into the FCC's electronic comment filing system is producing disturbing results. I can't speak more specifically to its findings because the report is currently marked for limited or official use, but I asked Chairman Pai to dedicate the resources needed to quickly address the issues that GAO has found. And I just think it's time for the FCC to get back on track and put consumers first. And with that, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Duval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the commissioners for making themselves available today, for being in front of the committee and all the staff. We all know that this country continues to face a deep and persistent digital divide. Unfortunately, I do not believe, Commissioner Pai, that this commission under your leadership is letting us to bridge that divide. And a concern that just occurred yesterday, despite bipartisan agreement that United States of America must fix our nation's broadband net, we know that the mapping system that the FCC has to accurately capture where there's connectivity and where there's not is broken. It's not accurately collecting that information. And then to find out that wireless carriers submitted false information, false mapping information, inaccurate information. What that means is wireless carriers submitted misleading coverage information to the FCC, and I'm concerned that it's being swept under the rug. When consumers go buy their mobile phones, they have a beautiful brochure that's put in front of them, and it shows coverage areas of where they live. Those coverage areas are supposed to show where there's connectivity. Many people, especially in rural areas, buy their mobile phones based on those maps because they may need to make a phone call to save someone's life. They have elderly parents that need connectivity, that there's no other family around. Why in the world would they not be held accountable? Especially when there's bipartisan agreement from this Congress. Democrats and Republicans say we need to fix this problem. I hope we hear more about that and how that could be connected. And then on top of that, Chairman Pai, it was announced that the FCC was going to rush repackage USF funding based on this fraud data. These dollars are precious. We need to make sure that we put those dollars where they matter most, where we can get connectivity, especially in rural America. Thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Yeah, you're back, Mr. Chairman. Gentleman goes back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Baldwin, ranking member of the full committee, for 5 minutes for his opening statement. Mr. Chairman, good morning. Good morning to the chairman and to the commissioners. Thanks for your service to America. I know we have disagreements on some of these policy issues, but we do appreciate the meetings we've had, the discussions we've had, the service that you're providing. You all heard me all along about talking about the need for broadband in rural America. As Chairman Pai saw firsthand when he joined me in Eastern Oregon last year, far too many Oregonians still lack access to reliable broadband internet service. They're not alone. Millions of Americans who live in rural America face the same sort of internet dead zones. The Universal Service Fund is an important component of building and maintaining rural broadband service. As policymakers, our primary goal is to ensure that federal resources are allocated responsibly. In that vein, we have to have accurate broadband maps to properly identify those places. We all express that in different terms with different emotion. I started way back when the Obama stimulus was going through this committee and the money was going out the door before the maps, determining where underserved and unserved areas were. Right now, the amendment fixed that. It went down, unfortunately. So here we are, an administration or so later, or two, and anyway. This committee recently passed 2 bipartisan mapping bills aimed at improving data collection and mapping efforts after the FCC. But there are some actions of the committee that do have some concern for us. We learned from the press release yesterday that the FCC is establishing a new $9 billion fund with $1 billion specifically for precision agriculture. It sounds good, but and I support build out 5G in rural areas, but I have no details on this plan. I do have a lot of questions. I'm also unclear as to where the $9 billion came from, and while still waiting for maps to accurately be updated. As you all know, we are the Committee of Oversight for the Federal Communications Committee. We take our job seriously, and I know you know that, and you take yours seriously, but we expect to have a little more notice, a little more communication on some of these big announcements, and so that would, I think, be helpful and probably alleviate some of the questions that could have come today. Since we obviously need to be crystal clear about our intentions for the FCC action for this committee, I'd also like to note the importance of ensuring that federal programs outside of the Energy and Commerce Committee's jurisdiction remain consistent with the committee's goal of promoting private investment in broadband infrastructure deployment. Sometimes various programs trying to achieve the same goal are not always in sync, as you all know. Last Congress, we appropriated more than $600 billion for broadband funded programs. As that money begins making its way out the door, I welcome an update from the commissioners here today as to how the FCC is consulting with other agencies as required by legislation last year. Switching gears, I'd like to turn to spectrum issues that have recently raised quite a bit of attention. The FCC announced that they would pursue a public auction spectrum in the C-band. As the law stands now, any proceeds from an FCC auction would go to the Treasury for deficit reduction rather than going toward bipartisan priorities like facilitating the national transition to next generation 911. I think it's important to legislate and look to my colleagues on the other side to work with us on this issue in the coming weeks. As we have these discussions, we must work with current licensees, potential bidders, and others so this auction moves quickly and we preserve U.S. wireless leadership. I've sought for years to find consensus solutions to spectrum challenges. As Chairman Pai well knows, one of these issues I've been focused on is how to address certain challenges facing our public safety officials and telecommunications as we continue moving into a digital world, including finding a solution to the T-band auction. At the same time, it's also imperative that we put a stop to 911 fee diversion so that states stop using fees paid by consumers to support 911 services as slush funds for unrelated programs. At the last FCC oversight hearing and other times over the last several years, I've floated proposals as how to delay or repeal the T-band auction process. Welcome thoughts on how to reconcile these related issues. I've not been taken up on that offer. So I must say that I find it interesting that just last week, the Chairman Pai called on Congress to repeal the T-band auction mandate, which was not coordinated nor discussed with me or my staff despite our efforts to find a solution. So with the deadline fast approaching, I'd like to take this opportunity to again repeat my call to affected parties to work with us and my colleagues to find a consensus solution on this issue. I realize it's a real one we need to address, but there are other issues. I led the effort to implement the 911 commission findings that set up FirstNet and did the auction in 2012. And I know these issues pretty well, and we got to take care of the first responders, and we will. But there are other issues associated with this set of issues that we also need to address. We need to work together on these. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll yield you back 6 seconds. And thank you.
Chair, thanks to the gentleman. Chair would like to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. So it now gives me great pleasure to introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. The Honorable Agent Pye, Chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Michael O'Reilly. Welcome, sir. Honorable Brendan Carr. Welcome. Honorable Jessica Rosenworcel. Welcome. And last but certainly not least, the Honorable Jeffrey Starks. Welcome to all of you. We thank you for joining us today. We look forward to your testimony. I will be recognizing each witness for 5 minutes, but before we do that, we will explain the lighting system. In front of you, there's a series of lights that will initially be green at the start of your opening statement. It will turn yellow when you have 1 minute left. Please begin to wrap up your testimony at that point when the light turns red. Your time has expired. Chairman Pye, welcome. We now recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Doyle, Ranking Member Letta, members of the subcommittee. Thank you for holding this hearing. I appreciate this opportunity to apprise you of the FCC's work to advance the public interest. I'd like to focus my statement this morning on 2 important issues that we'll be taking up at our meeting next week. The first, unfortunately, hits home with millions of Americans. It involves my proposal to establish 988 as the 3-digit number dedicated to suicide prevention and mental health assistance. Under my proposal, anyone who calls 988 would be routed to the established National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, where they could be assisted by trained counselors. This proposal has a tragic backdrop. Suicide rates in the United States are at their highest levels since World War II. In 2017, more than 47,000 Americans died by suicide. That's a 33% increase since 1999. More than 1.4 million adults attempted suicide. At-risk populations are disproportionately affected. For instance, every single day, 20 veterans die by suicide. And more than 500,000 LGBTQ youth will attempt suicide this year alone. I believe 988 could help. It has an echo of 911, a number we all know. And awareness of this resource should make a real difference when those in crisis need a lifeline. And I believe that we can get 988 up and running more quickly than other 3-digit numbers. Of course, more calls will mean more demand for crisis centers, which in turn will require more resources. And that's why it's so important that this effort has bipartisan congressional support. In particular, I'd like to thank Congressman Chris Stewart and Seth Moulton for leading on this issue in the House. My proposal also has diverse support outside Congress, including from the Departments of Veterans Affairs and Health and Human Services, National Council for Behavioral Health, and the Trevor Project. They agree that simple number 988 could make the difference between life and death. Working together, I'm confident we will save lives. The second issue I'd like to discuss is my proposal to reform the 5.9 gigahertz band. Here's the background. In 1999, the FCC allocated 75 megahertz of spectrum in this band for a technology called Dedicated Short-Range Communications, or DSRC. DSRC was intended to enable ubiquitous automotive communications, but it hasn't borne fruit. After 2 decades, DSRC has evolved slowly at best. It's not widely deployed, and so this spectrum, this public resource, has remained largely unused. This is unacceptable, and that is why I'm proposing an alternative approach that will allow consumers to benefit from improved automotive safety technologies and more unlicensed innovation. With respect to unlicensed innovation, I'm proposing to permit unlicensed operations in the lower 45 megahertz portion of the 5.9 gigahertz band. This would be a big benefit for American consumers. Best evidence of that is Wi-Fi's growing popularity. After launching in 1999, the same year the FCC allocated this band for DSRC, Wi-Fi has become a staple of everyday life. But this has raised a challenge. We need more unlicensed spectrum. Allowing unlicensed operations in the lower 45 megahertz portion of the 5.9 gigahertz band would help with that challenge. With respect to automotive safety, the upper 20 megahertz of this band would be allocated for cellular vehicle to everything, or CV2X, a new cellular-based technology which would allow direct communications between vehicles and, well, everything, from other vehicles to light poles to pedestrians. CV2X is also expected to support new applications as we transition to 5G.
and it is backed by automakers like Ford, Audi, BMW, Daimler, and Tesla. And we aren't closing the door on DSRC. Japan has a single 10 megahertz channel for DSRC that is actively used for collision avoidance. So I'm proposing that we seek public input on whether to allocate the remaining 10 megahertz of spectrum in the upper part of the 5.9 gigahertz band for DSRC or C-V2X. Advocates of each technology could make their cases. I appreciate the bipartisan support for reforms to the 5.9 gigahertz band, in particular Ranking Member Lada, Committee Vice Chair Clark, and Representatives Eshu, Long, Matsui, and McNerney. There's also diverse third-party support, including for Tech Freedom, Public Knowledge, Citizens Against Government Waste, 5G Automotive Association, Ford, and the Wireless Internet Service Providers Association. These two issues, a three-digit number for suicide prevention and the 5.9 gigahertz band, are just two examples of how the Commission is advancing the public interest with strong bipartisan support. There are many others, such as our actions last month to protect the security of our networks, improve the ability of first responders to quickly locate wireless 911 callers, that I don't have time to discuss right now. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about them or any other issues. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, members of the subcommittee, thank you again for holding this hearing. Look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair now recognizes Commissioner O'Reilly for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Doyle, Ranking Member Lada, and members of the subcommittee. I appreciate the opportunity to join the subcommittee as it conducts further oversight of the Commission. With your indulgence, I'd like to raise 3 topics for consideration. First, I'll begin with the World Radio Communication Conference 2019, WRC 19, in Egypt, which I just attended 2 weeks ago. Suffice it to say, despite meeting some of our nation's spectrum and policy goals, WRC 19 raised fundamental concerns that call into question the value of this.
Can the government sanction a radio station for playing a broadcast peppered with dirty words? In Federal Communications Commission versus Pacifica Foundation, the court must determine whether the First Amendment protects a station that broadcasted profanity over the airwaves. Entertainer George Carlin recorded a monologue titled Filthy Words. The monologue took up the words that, as Carlin remarked, you couldn't say on the public airwaves. To the amusement and laughter of the live audience, Carlin repeatedly used profanities such as shit and fuck. A radio station owned by the Pacifica Foundation broadcast a recording of the monologue on a weekday afternoon. The station warned listeners that the broadcast contained language offensive to some individuals. A listener with a young child complained about the broadcast to the Federal Communications Commission, or FCC. The FCC ruled that Pacifica violated its regulations by broadcasting indecent speech. The agency claimed regulatory authority over indecent broadcasts based on 2 federal statutes. One forbade the use of, quote, any obscene, indecent, or profane language by means of radio communications, unquote. The other required the agency to encourage the use of radio in the public's interest. The D.C. Circuit reversed the agency's order. The Supreme Court granted cert.
Take ownership of your digital identity with Unstoppable.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion, where I cover anything in science, technology. Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion, where I cover anything in science, technology, business, or history. This is just going to be a quick one. As I've said many times before, Facebook, now Meta, is the company that everyone loves to hate. With that in mind, it's easy to see why the events of yesterday came with such great joy to a lot of people. Meta's market cap fell by 26% in one day, erasing $240 billion of value, 25% in one day. This was the biggest single-day market cap drop in history for a US publicly traded company. Zuckerberg personally lost $29 billion in the collapse. So what caused it, and what does this signal for the company?
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
So why did the stock fall so much? Well, simply put, the Facebook platform is losing popularity. Back in 2018, younger Americans and Europeans began to leave the platform in droves. Back then, that was still okay for Facebook's bottom line, because the developing market uptake was growing at a much faster rate than Western markets were leaving. In an earnings report yesterday, the company stated that, for the first time in its history, the Facebook social network platform was losing daily users overall. The Facebook platform's Indian, African, and Latin American markets are now bleeding users. The platform may have reached peak saturation. Young people in developing markets now go straight to TikTok, and in Western markets, Facebook is now seemingly a destination for old people and mothers groups. Everyone else mainly uses it for messaging, groups, and events. The main Facebook wall where most of the advertising takes place isn't exactly why people log on anymore. Apple's move to make ad tracking more difficult has also hurt Facebook's bottom. African and Latin American markets are now bleeding users. The platform may have reached peak saturation. Young people in developing markets now go straight to TikTok, and in Western markets, Facebook is now seemingly a destination for old people and mothers groups. Everyone else mainly uses it for messaging, groups, and events. The main Facebook wall where most of the advertising takes place isn't exactly why people log on anymore. Apple's move to make ad tracking more difficult has also hurt Facebook's bottom line. The Facebook business model is advertising driven after all. In short, Meta wasn't going to be making as much money from Facebook as they forecast. This news surprised the markets. And if you know anything about trading, markets absolutely hate surprises. And from there, we saw the biggest wipeout in history.
And will this truly be the future for Facebook?
Look, it's obviously a pivotal point for Facebook here. The question is, what happens over the next few years? Does it recover, and is it able to pivot into a metaverse-first company? Is it able to compete with TikTok? Is it able to actually lean into video the way Mark Zuckerberg wants it to? Or does the stock languish for the next 15 years like we saw with Microsoft after 2000?
It is rare when you find so many people getting the story so wrong going into a print. I mean, if you consider the 52 analysts on Wall Street who cover the stock, 42 of them, 42 of the 52 have either buys or market outperform ratings on the stock. That's how offsides the street is on the story at this point in terms of this print and the guide, Tim.
Facebook losing popularity isn't the only reason for the fall. The whole Meta company is going through a lot of controversy. As we discussed in other Cold Fusion episodes, there's been major pressures on Meta from regulators and other government bodies after the harm that Instagram and Facebook causes to teens was exposed over and over again by various whistleblowers. To add to this, the Metaverse Ventures have already lost the company $8.3 billion. And yesterday it was revealed the Oculus Quest headset had lost $3.3 billion in one quarter, despite revenues reaching $900 million. It's likely that investors would like to see some results from the venture into the metaverse sooner rather than later. And it's not like there's no money to be made. Real estate sales in the metaverse exceeded $500 million last year, and it's expected to double this year. To succeed here, Meta needs a big slice of the growing pie. In addition to this, growth and risk stocks may have had their time in the sun. Overall, the US economy isn't looking too great. The country just crossed $30 trillion in debt and may dip into recession, with the Atlanta Fed predicting GDP growth next quarter of 0.1%. Inflation is rising to record highs. 70% of GDP last quarter was companies simply hoarding stock inventory in fears of inflation. People are putting their jobs on mass, and interest rates are rising. Many investors are asking themselves, does this seem like a great time to be putting my money in speculative tech stock plays? For now, the answer may still well be yes, but in a couple of years, investors may look elsewhere for safer returns. So, is this the end of Meta?
Here, I'll go to you first. Is down 22% warranted? It seems a little overdone to me, but, we talk about the 3-day rule all the time, and certainly I think, that will shake out.
Other Meta sub-brands like WhatsApp and Instagram are still adding users. Meta also plans to focus on their short video format, Reels, to bring in more users and generate revenue. This recent crash of Meta was most likely just a stock market overreaction, and the stock will probably bounce back in no time. But if the company keeps on missing earnings targets, things may play out differently. After all, just back in June of last year, Meta was worth $1 trillion, and now it's down 35%. But ultimately, it's way too early to tell what this could mean. So what do you guys think about this? Do you see this as just a blip in the road? Or do you think that this might be something bigger, a sign of things to come for Meta? I do think that this crash being the biggest single-day value loss in history might tell us something. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. If you want to discuss this in more detail or suggest a future video, head on over to the Cold Fusion Discord. If you want to listen to the podcast versions of these videos, they're now available on Spotify and other streaming platforms. So thanks for watching. My name is Nico, and you've been watching Cold Fusion. I'll see you again soon for the next episode. Cheers, guys.
Facing expensive vitamin C creams with dull results? Olay brightens it up with Olay Vitamin C. Gives you 2 times brighter skin. Hydrates better than the $400 cream. Olay. Face anything.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant.org. Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion, where I cover anything in science, technology, business, or history. It seems that at the start of this decade, the 2020s, the electric car industry is leaving behind the niche of tech enthusiasts and environmentalists and shifting into the mainstream. Common brands like Ford, Hyundai, Kia, and Volvo having their own EV models signifies this is a clear signal. And boy, has this been interesting for me to watch happen. I remember back in 2011, whenever I would make early Cold Fusion videos about Tesla, people would laugh. There would be comments saying, electric cars would never work. EVs had been tried many times before. Leaving Tesla completely aside for now, there's no argument. It is true that electric cars have a simpler power plant and transmission, require less maintenance, have instant torque, and generally perform better than their petrol counterparts. That being said, there's still room for improvement. EV battery technology remains as one of the last hurdles. It still causes hesitation for would-be buyers. We've covered some research progress before, but what you're about to see today is interesting because it's been proven to work in a vehicle with impressive results. Imagine driving over 1,200 kilometers or 750 miles on a single charge by swapping out a standard battery in a Tesla Model S with a new experimental one. In this episode, we'll take a deeper look.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
The fledgling EV industry collectively has come up with a contemporary solution to range anxiety, and they're simply called charging networks. They're all over the US and are popping up in parts of Europe and other nations around the world. The aim is to make sure that you've always got the option to charge when you're in a pinch. The only thing is, there's often problems. Sometimes the charging stations break. There can also be waiting times, and different cars can unfortunately use different networks altogether. It's obvious that better batteries are a great solution to a lot of these problems, but how can we do this? An interesting method for solving this battery problem was thought up by the Michigan-based startup Outnext Energy, or One Inc. Their method was to split the battery into 2. They called this dual battery system Gemini. For a visual representation, take a look at this chart. On the y-axis is statistically how much the average driver would travel a given distance daily. Distances are shown on the x-axis. The overall chart describes the Gemini battery system. Let's start with the left-hand side of the chart. Depicted in blue is a low-cost but robust lithium-iron phosphate battery. Its job is to do the daily drives and the heavy lifting under 150 miles or 241 kilometers. On the right-hand side, there's a secondary high-energy density battery. This battery technology can extend the range up to 750 miles or 1,200 kilometers. The exact details of what goes on with this battery are scarce. We just know it's proprietary. That normally could raise some red flags, but we'll discuss some issues of trust later in the episode. The thinking of the battery system goes something like this. Most people rarely do more than 60 miles or 100 kilometers of daily driving, so a regular battery can handle that. But when those rare times come, and there's a need to do greater distances, the second battery can take over. Since there isn't much info on the proprietary battery technology, I would have to assume that a drawback of such long range would have to be the stability of the chemistry. That is, while the battery may have a high capacity, it may not have as good a long-term battery life. In other words, if you keep recharging and discharging it too often, it will degrade. But in this use case, that's okay, because it's not going to be used remotely as often as the workhorse short-range battery. This experimental battery was swapped into a Tesla Model S. It takes the same amount of space as the standard pack, but it contains twice the energy, that is, 203 kilowatt hours versus 103.9 kilowatt hours. That's massive. The energy density definitely showed its effectiveness. Traveling at an average speed of 55 miles per hour, or 88 kilometers an hour, the car clocked in over 752 miles, or 1,200 kilometers, without the need to recharge. It traveled so far that even accompanying cars had to stop for fuel to fill up. The results were validated by a third party using a vehicle dynamometer. Another test under controlled conditions indoors rated the battery pack at even higher, 882 miles or 1,419 kilometers, and this was at the same speed. So we have to put this into context just to see how remarkable this is. To give you an idea, 1,400 kilometers of range in a single tank would put this car as one of the longest driving cars of any kind that you can buy. The website drive.com.au did extensive testing of over 400 petrol and diesel cars. The average range was about 780 kilometers or 484 miles. In fact, there was only one car that did better than this experimental battery, a diesel Toyota Land Cruiser, and that has a massive fuel tank. This is very interesting. Okay, so now we get to the questions. Who is this one company, and how did they come from nowhere and do all of this? Is this a big scam? Well, a good place to start would be with credibility.
Kashi, go lean. Get high protein and high fiber in just one bowl.
Founder Mujib Ijaz has a colorful career. According to his LinkedIn resume, he was heavily involved in the first production and applications of iron phosphate-based lithium-ion batteries for automotive use. The battery powered the winning car, the Porsche 919 Hybrid, in the 24-hour Le Mans race. His previous company, A123 Automotive, produced battery systems for Fisker Company and for Chevrolet Spark EV. In 2014, he then went on to work as a senior director in Apple, working on energy storage. He would quit in 2020 and then founded One. In total, he's got 30 years of being a battery systems engineer. So to me, it seems like he would be someone who would fit the bill. So this demonstration is truly groundbreaking, if all is as it seems. But just because of the state of everything these days, it also must be taken with a grain of salt. There's going to be a few questions that need to be asked. If you drive aggressively, does the battery's range advantage fall off rapidly? What about city driving? How long will the battery keep charge over repeated charge and discharge cycles? What about the cost? Fortunately, we'll know more next year when One will demonstrate a presentation of the prototype Gemini battery system. But as it stands for now, driving on a single charge for 1,200 kilometers or 760 miles, or even 1,400 kilometers and 882 miles on a single charge in ideal conditions, just opens up the door for the next chapter in EVs in general. I genuinely think this is awesome, and definitely something to keep your eye on. If this company does indeed accomplish this by putting it into production, this is only a great thing for all of us as consumers, so more power to them. If you find technology inspirational and you want to understand more, learning how things work can be rewarding, both in a personal and professional sense. Brilliant is the best way to learn STEM subjects in a fun and engaging way. They have courses on cryptographics, machine learning, physics, chemistry, and more. It's a great foundation to get a handle on our rapidly evolving world. Today, if you visit brilliant.org/coldfusion, you can start learning STEM for free, and the first 200 people will get 20% off their annual premium subscription. Okay, so that's about it for me. My name is Dagogo, and you've been watching Cold Fusion. If you do want to discuss this topic more in depth, head on over to the Cold Fusion Discord. I'm a bit more active on there these days. Also on the Cold Fusion Discord, we have an area for video suggestions, so if you want to see a new video topic, go ahead and suggest it there. But you should keep in mind that it has to appeal to a broad audience. To ensure this, other members of the Discord can rate your suggestions. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you again soon for the next episode. Cheers, guys.
Confusion. It's me thinking. Have you ever wondered about moving all of your critical applications to the cloud? If you can for just a second, thousands of new apps appear, promising a solution to everything, from protecting your corporate assets to even walking your dog.
I don't expect this. I hike 12 miles a day.
This episode is brought to you by Surfshark. Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion, where I cover anything in science, technology, business, or history. Carlos Ghosn was a lot of things: a powerful, ambitious, intelligent businessman, bilingual, multicultural, and charismatic. Many aspired to be like him, while others saw him as nothing more than a megalomaniac. It seemed like he was always destined to be remembered, and that may hold true, but perhaps not for the reasons he would have liked. In this episode, we'll see how one of the greatest businessmen rose his way up to the top and ended up a wanted fugitive by escaping Japanese authorities by being smuggled in a box. Let's take a look.
You will look for Confusion TV.
A gifted mathematician and businessman, Carlos began making good impressions straight out of university. In 1978, he joined the company Michelin. Within 3 years of working at various plants across Europe, he was made manager. A few years later, he was once again promoted to head of research and development for the company's industrial tire division. But Carlos was far from done. After just 1 year in that position, at the age of 30, he was appointed to Chief Operating Officer of South American Operations. Carlos Ghosn had a knack for cross-cultural management. This could be credited to his multicultural upbringing. He was born in Brazil, moved to Lebanon when he was 6, and educated in France. He was a self-proclaimed citizen of the world. He used this to his advantage when he began overseeing operations in multiple South American countries. While he was with Michelin, he became known as a turnaround specialist, and once he had finished turning unprofitable operations into thriving ones in South America, he made the move to South Carolina with his family to take up the position of COO of Michelin North America. 1 year later, he was promoted to CEO. After 18 years with Michelin, Carlos was seeking a new challenge. He had already built a solid name for himself and a reputation that landed him a position with the car manufacturer Renault. He was hired as the Executive Vice President in charge of purchasing, advanced research, engineering and development, powertrain operations, and manufacturing, as well as overseeing Renault's South American division. Once again, Carlos proved himself to be an expert at reorganizing operations and building profitability. He had an incredible eye for recognizing how and when a company was in need of radical restructuring, and this changes paid off for Renault. His success with Renault put him in a desirable position when, in 1999, the company bought a 36.8% stake in Nissan, which was struggling to maintain profitability. This was the beginning of the Renault-Nissan alliance. Whilst still holding on to his role at Renault, Carlos Ghosn also took the position of COO of Nissan. A year later, he was president, and a year after that, he was named CEO. Carlos liked a challenge. In fact, he built a career out of it. That's why it made sense that he was so keen to oversee Nissan, which at the time was the ultimate test. Returning Nissan to a profitable brand was widely considered an impossible task. This made it irresistible to Carlos. At the time, Nissan was $20 billion in debt, and only 3 out of its 46 car models were profitable. And this is why it seemed ludicrous when Carlos announced the Nissan Revival Plan. Under the guidelines of this plan, he would turn Nissan around in just 3 years. It called for a return to profitability within 1 year, a 4.5% increase in profit margin in 2 years, and a 50% reduction in debt in 3 years. Carlos was confident, so confident he even said that if he was not able to reach these targets, he and his board would resign. It was a tall order and one that would require ruthless restructuring. Carlos cut 21,000 jobs, shut 5 manufacturing plants, and sold Nissan's aerospace unit, which, to be honest, I didn't even know they had. He embarked on a dramatic shuffling of corporate positions and structures, defying Japanese business etiquette at every step. By the time Carlos was done, Nissan was almost unrecognizable. But in the ruthless, brutal madness that was Nissan's revival plan, there were well-defined goals, and Carlos had achieved each of those goals with 9 months to spare. It was a remarkable achievement. For a foreign businessman to be accepted by the public while taking over a Japanese company with as much history as Nissan took a lot of convincing. But these initial years of success had done just that, and Carlos was shot into the spotlight, becoming a fully fledged business celebrity. He began regularly appearing in newspapers, magazines, and on television. His image was used in comics, lunchbooks, and postage stamps. His previous success quickly became minor achievements in comparison to what would be his achievements in the early 2000s. This became most apparent in 2005 when he assumed the role of CEO at Renault, making him the first person in history to be the CEO of 2 Fortune 500 companies at the same time. Carlos was unstoppable, and he was becoming a superstar. Over the next decade, he became a household name around the globe. But in that time, cracks began to show, especially in his working relationships. By the mid-2010s, Carlos was no longer in the business of turning around failed companies. He was in charge of growing 2 brands. Renault was steadily performing well, but Nissan had transformed into a massive powerhouse of the industry. Juggling the 2 brands across nations and cultures didn't fit well with his newfound style, jet-setting lifestyle, and his peers began to notice his absence. The man who once was extremely hands-on and present was now distant and preoccupied. But Carlos didn't see it this way. That's why in October of 2016, Nissan purchased a 34% stake in Mitsubishi Motors, and Carlos Ghosn was appointed chairman. At the time, Mitsubishi was another brand that needed a facelift. The company's revenue had been falling, and they were deep within an emissions scandal. It was another challenge for Carlos to sink his teeth into. But he had some secrets, and they were about to catch up with him. In November of 2018, as he landed in the Tokyo airport, police boarded his private plane, and Carlos was arrested over allegations of false accounting. This was the beginning of a new and unpleasant chapter in his life. The news was sudden and shocking. There were no rumors or indicators that something like this was coming, which led many to speculate that this must have come from within Nissan. You see, the speculators claimed that Nissan had outgrown the need for such a man as Carlos and had worked with authorities to remove him from the company without the need for a payout. The rumor was further fueled when it was discovered that the reason that Carlos was flying to Japan was for an unusually rushed meeting organized by his colleagues on short notice. Commentators believed that the entire situation was a trap to catch a man whose ego had outgrown the company that he ran. Carlos believes that this was a joint mission by Nissan and the Japanese government, who feared that France's Renault was attempting to take complete control over Japan's precious Nissan. Supporters of Carlos also note that the Japanese legal system is known to be corrupt. The system only chases high conviction rates in the range of over 90%, objectively unfair. But regardless of intentions, the evidence of his crimes were actually real. Carlos was stood down from his positions within the Renault, Nissan, Mitsubishi alliance. Before we continue, a quick word from our sponsor. Now, you may not be in trouble with the Japanese government, like Carlos, but you still may want to be protected and keep your online information private, whether that's from big tech companies or other partners. More privacy is always good. One of the best ways to protect yourself is by Surfshark VPN. With Surfshark, you can protect yourself from spying, malware, and phishing, and also get access to content that's been region blocked. Surfshark is offering you guys an 83% discount if you use the code COLDFUSION, plus 3 extra months free. To get started, click the link in the description below. Thanks. Now back to the episode. Carlos was obsessed with growth, and that did include his salary. He was resentful of the fact that other CEOs of car manufacturers in countries like the United States were on significantly higher wages than he was able to negotiate, and it could be said that he was doing a much better job than any of them. If he couldn't be officially paid what he believed he deserved, he would seek out other means of compensation.
Regina drives along the coast. She activates super cruise and puts on a pair of gray sunglasses.
Gray.
As it turned out, Carlos was using Nissan money to pay for a long list of personal expenses and purchases. He used Nissan funds to pay for various homes across Europe and South America, a luxurious private yacht, and would use the Nissan private jet for personal trips, like vacationing with his family. He funneled millions of dollars from Nissan accounts into companies related to his family. He also used Nissan funds for elaborate, extravagant parties. It was also alleged that Carlos, with the help of his co-conspirator and aide, Greg Kelly, set up a complicated structure of payment plans that allowed $80 million to go unreported. Following the allegations in Japan, came similar findings in France, when Renault published an internal audit showing 11 million euros worth of questionable expenses that could be traced back to Carlos. Then, United States prosecutors also came after him with allegations that he failed to report $140 million that was paid to him by Nissan. In all of this, he never denied or admitted to the accusations, but instead settled. He was fined $1 million, while Nissan as a company was fined $15 million. He was also given a 10-year ban from serving as an officer or director of any public company. It also turned out that there were controversies in the way that he ran his businesses. Internal and external investigations found that through fear and intimidation, Carlos was able to run his companies like a dictator. He believed that his reputation and track record would allow him to get away with whatever he wanted. In total, Carlos spent 108 days in Japanese prison before being released on bail under strict conditions. He was ordered to stay in a heavily monitored property under 24-hour surveillance. He was without internet access. If he was to leave, it would be under the supervision of 2 officers. The Japanese authorities had no intention of letting him out of their sight. And this is why it came as such a shock when on the 30th of December of 2019, Carlos Ghosn arrived in Lebanon. Since leaving Japan, Carlos has spoken openly to the media about how he pulled off his extraordinary feat. He claims that he had no choice but to escape, stating he could, quote, no longer be held hostage by a rigged Japanese justice system where guilt is presumed, discrimination is rampant, and basic human rights are denied. Here's how he did it. Carlos had noticed that officers would not follow him into a hotel meeting, and this is how he would begin his escape. He claims to have disguised himself in unusual clothes while wearing a medical face mask, which is common in Japan. He used the disguise to first sneak out of the hotel. He then caught a bullet train to a second hotel where his co-conspirators had arranged a large, empty audio equipment case for Carlos to sit in. He was then carried out of the hotel, driven out of the city to a remote airport, and placed on a private jet. He sat patiently, waiting for the plane to take off, and when he re-emerged from his box, he was a free man. To avoid raising suspicions, he flew from Japan to Turkey, then boarded a plane headed to Istanbul. He walked out of the airport in Istanbul, confident he was free. Lebanon doesn't have an extradition treaty with Japan, which meant that as long as Carlos stayed there wasn't much that the Japanese government could do. But Carlos couldn't have pulled this off on his own, and his co-conspirators have faced severe consequences. Japanese authorities in January of 2020 issued arrest warrants for a former United States Army Special Forces soldier, Michael Taylor, and his son, Peter. Michael had extensive contracts in Lebanon and had completed similar rescue missions during his time with the Special Forces. It was alleged that the men were paid over $1 million, delivered in a combination of bank transfers and Bitcoin. In May of 2020, United States police arrested both Michael and Peter and eventually handed them over to Japanese authorities. The pair pled guilty, and Michael was serving a 2-year prison sentence, while his son was given 20 months. In the years since his arrest and subsequent escape, Carlos has been challenged with legal battles from various nations, but has managed to avoid prison while residing in Lebanon. He has been writing a book and posting on Instagram. He's hired a Hollywood agent and is posting business classes for $20,000 a head, but it has also been reported that he's getting revenge. He spent his time with meticulously collecting evidence against Nissan and the Japanese government in what he claims would officially clear his name. To see how this wild, twisting story plays out, we'll have to wait and see. The story of Carlos and his charismatic rise to success was gradual and inspiring, but his fall from grace was swift. Carlos maintains his innocence and may never admit his faults, and the truth is yet to be decided. But despite the outcomes of any trials that may eventuate in the future, his legacy may forever be tarnished. And for now, as things stand, it remains a cautionary tale for anyone who believes that they're too big to fail. So what do you guys think? Do you think that Carlos is innocent and it was a plot by the Japanese government and Nissan to take him out? Or do you think he was a megalomaniac CEO who was really trying to extract money from the company? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. Though if you do want to discuss in more detail, the best place to do that would be the Cold Fusion Discord. So that just about wraps it up. I'd also like to say that the podcast has started up again. So if you want to find the podcast versions of these episodes, you can find it on Spotify and some other platforms. Links will be below. Alright, so that's about it for me. My name is Dagogo, you've been watching Cold Fusion. Feel free to subscribe if you want to see more. So I'll see you again soon for the next episode. Cheers guys. Have a good one.
Hey everyone, it's going great well back with a new episode of System Update here at home on Rumble, and I want to explore a particularly surreal and twisted component of the still emerging controversy surrounding the efforts to coerce and pressure Spotify to remove the most popular podcaster in the United States, Joe Rogan. There are all kinds of aspects to this story that are worthy of commentary, and I wrote on my Substack.
Labor Secretary and UC Berkeley Professor Robert Reich. Hi, Professor. Thank you so much.
Right, and turning to the present moment, right now the economy seems even more frightening and precarious than it was last time you were here, which was just, 2 weeks ago, or something like that. I would love to get your comments on Bitcoin and Wall Street, and also the fact that the store shelves are still empty. I went to go get some Pepto-Bismol for my daughter. It was Sunday night. There wasn't any. None. It's like 3 different stores in the area. And Pepto seems like the kind of thing they stock. Right, and turning to the present moment, right now the economy seems even more frightening and precarious than it was last time you were here, which was just, 2 weeks ago, or something like that. I would love to get your comments on Bitcoin and Wall Street, and also the fact that the store shelves are still empty. I went to go get some Pepto-Bismol for my daughter. It was Sunday night. There wasn't any. None. It's like 3 different stores in the area. And Pepto seems like the kind of thing they stock regularly. And this is not just, that's one tiny example.
April 19th.
We're not living in the pre-pandemic United States where you can just go to the store and anything you wanted was there.
Well, again, to be honest, and you wouldn't have me on this program if I weren't going to be.
Please lie. Make us feel better.
I wish I could. If I thought I could, I would, but I can't. We are going through the decline of the United States capitalist system. We had a great ride up. It went from around 1820 to 1970. 150 years. Not everybody, African Americans were left behind. And, you all know what country we live in. But for most Americans, and certainly for most white Americans, we had an incredible run as a country. 150 years of rising income for average people. The rich got very rich, but everybody got along on the ride. That ride stopped in the 1970s, and it never resumed. We didn't feel it then, but our wages stopped going up. And the only way our consumption kept going up is that we borrowed more money than any working class in the history of the world has ever borrowed before. And then that ran out because you can't keep borrowing if your underlying wage doesn't allow you to repay it. All of that fell apart in 2008. And now we are catching up to all that I just said. Our economy can't expand anymore. It is in trouble. It can't function the way it used to. That's why the things we used to think only happen over there, they don't have food on the shelf. They don't have trouble in, they have trouble in the streets. We don't. Well, the chickens are coming home. We are having all those problems. And of course, the people who don't want to see the big picture will tell you it's COVID. Truck drivers aren't feeling so well. Or it's supply chain disruptions, whatever the world that exactly means. They'll come up with this or that detail because they don't want to dare go through the hot stove of thinking that the economic system that we have been praising as a nation for most of the last 150 years is now in decline. That's why it's so painful to have to face that the growing economy in the world is in a place called China, which is growing much faster than we are. We tried to slap them down under Trump. Accomplished absolutely zilch. Last year was one of their best years. It wasn't one of ours. We were barely recovering from the year before.
We condemn them for locking everybody down. Guess what? They don't have supply chain problems because they locked down, isolated the COVID, and went to work. They have 4 times the number of people that we do, and they have between 6,000 and 7,000 dead people. We have 700,000+ dead people. There is no contest. We're not looking to see which society managed COVID better. The whole world is watching and knows. Only in the United States is there some ambiguity about all of this. And I think these are the signs that I'm afraid I have to tell you that because our leaders can't get their head around the idea that we may have an economic system that's got problems, they have to come up with something else or deny it altogether. And like in psychology, denial rarely solves your problem.
Or they're in bed with some of the, the people who are going to benefit. It's not like everyone's going to lose. Very few. There's a few people who will continue to benefit, and they are pulling the strings these days. People, it's been a very interesting week, a little more than a week, what with Bitcoin losing a huge amount of value. I just thought you would have some interesting thoughts. I mean, Bitcoin is insane in the first place, am I right? And then people have lost what they thought was a fortune.
But let me respond by giving Bitcoin its due. Part of what's going on with Bitcoin is a very understandable feeling of large numbers of people that in this country, the financial system, the banks, they've wrapped it all up. They make a ton of money, and we are all forced to go through the bank. Every time you use a credit card, the money is going through the bank. The bank is who you pay your mortgage to. The bank is who you pay your credit card bill at the end of the month, etc. The banks, and there's a desire to be free of that. There's a desire to have some kind of money that doesn't put you in hock to the banking system, especially after they produced that crash in 2008, especially after the government they arranged to bail them out while the average American was left high and dry. I mean, there's lots of anger, and part of the Bitcoin dream, what brings people to it, is the wonderful notion we can have money, but we don't need those horrible banks. So let's be kind and generous. That impulse is there. The problem is, it's the Wild West. All kinds of people can do all kinds of things in and with Bitcoin and manipulate, which has been true of every money that has ever been created, whether it's been created by banks or by other government agencies or privately. This is not the first private money. The early America had private banks issuing their own money, so it's not the first time we've done it. But the manipulation of money is built into this system. Anything about which people say money makes the world go round is going to make an awful lot of criminals figure out where they should be going. They should be going to control the money. Bitcoin is not exempt from that process. And because it is a dream, it's easy for people to get frightened that this has now been hijacked by somebody. And indeed, the banks of the world are watching. The minute they think that Bitcoin might become a serious problem for them, they're going to be in there trying to control it and limit it, and their ability to do that, partly by bidding the price up, knocking it down, frightening the public. That will be part of whatever strategies they develop to try to control this. In other words, yes, you're going to change this system. Otherwise, this system will undo, distort, twist, block your efforts. But you got to at least begin by understanding it's a system. There's no magic bullet. Bitcoin isn't a magic. So
it's like you guys are. It's really listening. Stupid. It's delicious.
A very warm welcome from UNESCO. I'm very pleased to welcome you to today's online workshop, Fighting Illicit Trafficking of Cultural Property, a workshop on the role and means of the financial sector. I'm Kirsten Wentz, project officer here at UNESCO's Movable Heritage and Museums Unit, and I will accompany you throughout today's workshop. We are immediately starting our introductory session with two speakers. Welcome, Suna Adwoda. Suna is head of the Movable Heritage and Museums Unit here at UNESCO's Culture Sector and will give us some introductory remarks for today's workshop. Suna, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Catherine. Mesdames, Messieurs,
Thank you very much, Kirsten. Ladies and gentlemen, dear experts, colleagues, and friends, it's an honor, it's a great pleasure also to be wishing you welcome on behalf of UNESCO to this online workshop organized with the support of the European Union. The workshop is part of a project which we have called international and cross-cutting action to strengthen the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural property, which was organized together with the European Union, and the purpose of which is to raise awareness and fight illicit trafficking in cultural property in Europe and beyond. The workshop today is part of a string of projects organized by UNESCO with the European Union, which has been going on for several years, bringing together a number of professionals who work with the market.
In order to learn from the devastation and destruction of the two world wars, to promote understanding between peoples, and to secure peace, UNESCO was founded in 1945 as the Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization of the UN. A remarkable event strengthened further international cooperation. Following the construction of a dam in the 1960s, the ancient temples of Abu Simbel were literally on the verge of sinking. An international rescue mission prevented this by dismantling the monuments and rebuilding them on higher ground. This successful project raised awareness about the fact that all over the world there are places that are of outstanding value to all mankind, and which therefore must be protected from threats such as armed conflict, deliberate destruction, economic pressure, natural disasters, and climate change. The idea of the World Heritage was born. In 1972, the first member states of UNESCO signed the World Heritage Convention and committed to preserving natural and cultural monuments and sites of outstanding universal value on their territory. For a site to be included in the World Heritage List, it must first be nominated by the country in which it was located. The nomination is examined by international experts who decide whether the inclusion in the list is justified. Finally, the World Heritage Committee, a body of 21 elected states, takes a vote. World Heritage Sites shows the diversity of cultures and natural phenomena that are tangible evidence of the bond between human beings and nature. The UNESCO World Heritage contributes to the preservation of these remarkable places and to promoting cultural exchange, dialogue, and peace in a sustainable way. Some say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in. I grew up in the ancient capital city of Xi'an in Shanxi province of northwestern China. It's one of the oldest.
The states, parties to this Constitution, believing in full and equal opportunities of education for all, in the unrestricted pursuit of objective truth, and in the free exchange of ideas and knowledge, are agreed and determined to develop and to increase the means of communication between their people, and to employ these means for the purposes of mutual understanding and a truer and more perfect knowledge of each other's love. In consequence thereof, they do hereby create the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization.
Children who attend school exercise their right to education. Every child on the planet must have access to free primary education. UNESCO is piloting efforts by the international community to ensure that by 2015, education for all becomes a reality. 774 million citizens don't know how to read and write, and 1 child out of 3 never sees the inside of a classroom. UNESCO seeks to end continuing discrimination against girls, who represent more than half the children without access to education. Increasing the number of boys and girls who go to school is not enough. Through our Associated Schools Project Network, we want to improve the quality of education at all levels and reduce by half the number of illiterate adults by 2015. We are developing innovative methods to encourage lifelong learning and to train school teachers who are the guardians of education standards. UNESCO also wants to guarantee the right to education in emergency situations, and to do that, the organization rebuilds education systems in post-war regions or those in crisis. In devastated countries, more is required than building classrooms. We have to reduce intolerance and terrorism by reforming school curricula and revising history books. And using creative education methods, we must restore confidence in those who have suffered from the effects of war. UNESCO also orchestrates action by the international community to improve education about HIV/AIDS and how to prevent it. Water as the source of life. Through its Exact and Natural Science Programme and its role as Secretariat of the UN's Programme for the Evaluation of Water Resources, UNESCO contributes to the United Nations efforts to reduce by half the number of people in the world who lack access to drinking water by 2015. Water must be managed in a sustainable and fair way. Water is a precious resource, especially in urban areas and in arid or semi-arid zones. UNESCO works towards the protection of the Earth's natural resources by encouraging the use of renewable energies such as wind power. The organization contributes to raising public awareness of how important and efficient the different forms of alternative energy are, especially solar power. We are constantly building scientific networks for the study of freshwater resources, climate changes, the state of the oceans, and natural disasters. UNESCO is party to the United Nations International Disaster Prevention and Preparedness Strategy. UNESCO set up the first tsunami warning system in the Pacific Ocean in 1968. Today we are extending the network around the globe. Our world network of biosphere reserves enables us to monitor global warming. Managing natural resources while fostering economic growth, a process known as sustainable development, is one of UNESCO's key strategies. The main principle of UNESCO's Social and Human Science Programme is to promote principles, practices, and ethical standards for research and scientific progress. The International Convention Against Doping in Sport encourages countries to set up programs to raise awareness among athletes and to educate them about the dangers of doping. In each of our fields of expertise, we contribute to the implementation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. When, in 2005, our member states adopted the Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, they reiterated their conviction that the diversity of cultural expression is heritage shared by all humanity, and that it is a moral imperative to defend it. UNESCO also endeavours to protect and preserve our heritage in all its forms. More than 800 cultural and natural sites are registered in the World Heritage List. Angkor is one example of how an endangered heritage site damaged by pillaging, war, or natural catastrophe has been protected. UNESCO protects museums and helps in museum management and training and in the prevention of illicit art trafficking. The 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage protects oral traditions and rituals and festive events. Beyond borders and continents, all our activities foster better dialogue and better communication among cultures. UNESCO encourages intercultural dialogue. especially through the study and a dispassionate reading of history.